There's a bit of me time, so what I'm doing right now is just giving a test, trying to test and see whether the chat on YouTube has been improved. Likely hasn't improved, but let's have a look. I'm just having a look. Oh, that looks horrible. Oh my god. That is not fancy at all. Holy crap, that the YouTube chat hasn't really been fixed all that much. That is not fancy at all. But I can see, but it's so nice to see like the emotes appear already. Hello, Lurker-chan. And it's so nice seeing the emotes appear, honestly. But, I can only hold on. Properties, live chat. I'm going to, let's see. Does the link change if I go to top chat? No, it does not. The only thing I'm worried is not all the chat appears. Because knowing that YouTube problem, it always gets stuck at top chat, which I don't appreciate. I do not appreciate that one. And let me see. Let me just look. I'm gonna check something. Since I have a bit of time, I'm gonna check something. Oh boy, YouTube hasn't fixed it. YouTube hasn't fixed it, so it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is, I guess. Oh, drop down menu. Hold on, let me have a look. I want to see whether I can interact. Where is the top down? Let me have a look. That is so stupid. That is so extremely stupid. That is so extremely stupid. Hold on. Let me have a look. Filters. It still has that stupid issue. Let me get rid of the transparent overlay for a bit. Oh, it's still top chat. It still is top chat. Jeez. This one it works, but once I put it back in, it defaults back to... This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Let me see. Yes, hello. Hello, Wispy. Hope you're doing well too. Primus, Unicron. Welcome, welcome. Like I say, it's me time, so you all cannot complain while I'm tinkering with my features and settings a bit before the stream starts. It is important. It's always important. Where is she? Let's see. Problem with Stream Elements and Streamlabs is that YouTube emotes do not generate properly. This is so interesting. This is so interesting. Let me keep going. Uncheck and recheck server browsers you. What? Wait, hold on. What the hell is this supposed to do? Let me see. Let me see. Wow, that's so... I cannot believe I need to get YouTube to... I need to do this for YouTube to function properly. I cannot believe it. I cannot. I literally cannot. Let me try this again. Nope. Wrong button. Interact. Live chats. Close this. Properties. Paste this back in. Now let's have a look and see if it works. You know what? Piss off, honestly. I'm too tired for this. I'd rather be able to read every single chat than to worry about this nonsense. Okay, I'll close this. I'm gonna use back this. So still cannot see YouTube emotes in the live chat. Well, at least you can see the chat on the right side of the page. At least you can see the chat on the right side. So if you want to see the silly emotes, you have to see it from the actual YouTube page, not on my screen, unfortunately. Hello, Corn. Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you too. I've got so many things to talk about, but I want to conserve energy. I had quite a long night last night, as you probably already know, because we had that collab. Oh, Division 2, that was fun. That was really, really fun. And Lerke-chan missed it because there are no damage numbers and there are no bullet sponges. Hello Zero, welcome. Anyway, let's go see what I can do for fun until we start properly. What can I do for fun until we start properly? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Grumpy. This is so funny. This is so funny. Let me open it. Let me open this. Where's it? There we go. Let me move aside. It is so funny. Grumpy Goth Chen. Goth Chen. That is so funny. But I like the Goth Chen design, honestly. I like the Goth Chen design. She probably is loaded, unlike Silly Chen. Let's go and see what else is there to watch. Let's see. Lower your cortisol. Oh my god. Tasting history makes me hungry, honestly. Obnoxious ads. I don't know if... Have any of you watched this? This was recommended on my feed again. Oh wait, oh shit. I can't play it. I can't play it to its full extent. I have to do it on Twitch. Oh, since you are here, I might as well just give you an announcement. I might as well spend some time give you an announcement. Lurkers. This Sunday, I managed to get some time for an extra stream. This Sunday. So, it's the same time as today. I want to see if I can make this a somewhat frequent thing, but it'll be on Twitch because we didn't really get like a proper watch along and hanging out on Twitch. So I'm gonna do. It's not a collab. It's not. It's a proper extra stream that I wanted to do. Yeah, morning stream on a Sunday. If you can make it, you can make it. If not, it's fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to just hang out, and this is a bit of like a proof of concept type of thing. I'm going to talk to you all in detail this coming Sunday if you are there for the stream. I will talk to you all in detail. So let me just give you the details for now in the chat. So Sunday, what date is Sunday? Hold on, let me have a look. 29, 3rd, 9 a.m. So bonus stream. Bonus stream. It's a bonus stream, which is fun. You know what? No. That no. Can you get rid of it? YouTube, please piss off. I'm going to this is not hold on. There we go. Better. This is better. There we go. So my idea for this is quite simple actually. For now, for the duration of March, it's going to be a bonus stream, but I am trying to make it not a bonus stream. It's as in, I'm trying to make this a recurring thing. So this is the idea I have in mind, lurkers. This is the idea I have in mind. We will, once I get back to the usual 3 days weekday streams. Damn it, my mic turned off again. My mic turned off again. Oh my god. So what I'm about to say is that April, I'm trying to bring back the 3-day weekday stream. Okay, the 3-day weekday stream, which is like either, let me see, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for instance, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, give or take, something like that. Or if I'm in the energy to do back-to-back, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Friday. Something like that, okay? Wait, not. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, something like that, okay? Whatever, I will set the dates for the weekday streams, however way I can set it. And what I'm planning right now is a month has 4 weeks. I was thinking of every fortnight weekend. So let's just say the first week I have no weekend stream. The second week I'll make a weekend stream. The third week I'll have no weekend stream, and the last week I'll have a weekend stream. So altogether, there will be 2 weeks out of the month where I will do a 4-day stream. Okay? But I'll go through with you the details first. Maybe I will see y'all how we all do this Sunday. But depending, well, I've got some plans to set up because, again, I'm very grateful for all of the lurkers and all of the subscribers on Twitch who really... You did not have to do this. None of you lurkers had to do this, but you all showed your support through whether it's super chat or whether it's memberships or gifted memberships. And for that, I want to find some way to express my appreciation. So what I'm going to do is, this Sunday, everyone can join. That's the idea. This Sunday, everyone can join. And if enough... When you all join, I'm going to go through with you all the details of how I might set up going forward for the 4th day stream, because I can't do 4 days every single week, but I might be able to do 4 days 2 weeks out of the 4 in a month. So we will discuss it when we start it, okay? Anyway, there's what I wanted to that was actually what I wanted to talk about just now. What game do we want to play on Sunday? That's a good question. Should we start Deadlock? I don't know. Should we start Deadlock? I'll think about it. Something fun. If I want to play a game, it's going to be something fun. If I want to do a watch along, it's going to be something fun, I hope. Yes, it's better to do week. I will. Like John, I'm trying to eventually, once my real life, once my IRL in the back rooms, my bedroom's duties have stabilized a bit. I'm trying to make probably quarterly or a 6-month schedule. I'm trying to do that. Yeah. Okay. I will have a look. That is something I need to stabilize, and there's something that is a priority to me, correct? Yeah. It is better. I'm going to try and prioritize that, and I have to plan that out a little bit more, but for now, until my schedules get stabilized in the back rooms, I have to do it month by month. But hopefully it will get consistent soon enough. And I don't have anyone else to blame but me when some of you lurkers do not know when I stream and you don't make an appearance. I don't have anyone else to blame but myself, because my schedules are really, really all over the place. And one of the key things about being a VTuber or a streamer and in any way is to have very, very consistent schedules to the point that it becomes habitual. So humans are creatures of habit, and if I make my streams consistent enough in time and date, or at least only make big changes in like big gaps of time, I would say that it starts to improve a little bit. More lurkers will definitely see this, and more lurkers will jump in. Thank you, George. Thank you. Okay. We're going to talk about this a little bit on Sunday, but for now, let's go and see if there's anything that YouTube allows me to watch. Crimson Desert has a helmet that shoots lasers. I learn something new every day about Crimson Desert. Lurkers, Crimson Desert has a helmet that shoots lasers. And I also saw a helmet that breathes ice. Walking J, welcome. Don't have enough time to do a bit of a gameplay. Or maybe I can. Maybe I can. I'm going to do my Where Winds Meet daily, by the way, for 15 minutes. And I've got announcements to make also for Where Winds Meet. I'm going to let you lurkers know. Lurkers, lurkers, lurkers. If you're in my guild, if you're in my guild, if you're in my guild, lurkers, if you're in my guild, if you're in my guild right now, we are running low on rent. We are running low on rent, lurkers. Only me and Zero are pulling our weight and getting guild rent. The rest of you, shame on you. Shame on you. All of you, shame on you. Look at this. Look, 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 look. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. Look at this. Only me and Zero can do so much. Marchand, Zero. My, Zero. Cowboy, 0. Another letter 0. Another letter 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. X everywhere. I am very disappointed. What? I should claim my login rewards. Oh. That's... Hello, ZD. I'm gonna do some boss fights. Before I start the stream. Alright, one more. Michaels, welcome back and thank you for the 1-year membership. I'm very grateful. Very, very grateful. That's okay, Zero. Okay, that's good. I understand. There we go. Spent my energy for the day. Alright. Let's go back to Ghostlight Market.
生面孔，
Oh,
来加入咱九流门吗？
let's have a look. Is there anything I can upgrade? Still need to upgrade my fan. You still need to upgrade my fan. Okay. Damn it! I don't need this one. That's stupid. I hate. That is a horrible rule. That is useless to me. Silk Vine is useless to me. Affinity is good. Affinity is good. Yes. This game is where wins me. Let me see. Can I buy anything? Legendary gear exchange. No, not fun. Oh, sold out. Damn it. Okay, fine. Sold out. Sold out. Fine. Be that way. Momentum. It's pretty good, I guess. Sapphire. Physical penetration, that's good. Alright. 9. Okay. 2.609 goose. That's a good level. The game. Lurkers. Shame on you. Accept 0. Shame on you. Accept 0. Only 0's pulling his weight. Yes, the game recommends a set based on my skills. Let's see, I'm 2.609, 1.294, 1.842, 2.0. Oh my goodness, all of you lurkers are so weak. Oh my goodness, you lurkers are all so weak. How is this possible? Hello 09. Done. Okay. Just in time. Well, 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. I'm going to go grab something to snack on. I need to make sure I have enough energy for this. Because, oh dear. Oh my goodness. I hope I have enough energy for this. I really hope I do. I really, really hope I do. Where is it? Okay, we're going to have a very involved chat on a specific topic. A very, very specific topic. So, I'm going to take a short break for 3 minutes and we will start. Okay? I'll see you later, Lakers. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something will happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Welcome back. Okay, let's get started, shall we? I want to start with a little bit of a... Let me see how many lurkers are. I hope enough lurkers see this because I'm starting already. I hope they join in soon enough. Spread the word, lurkers. Please spread the word that I am streaming. Let me see. As always, Elon and Zuck don't like it when I talk about my streams. They never like it when I talk about my streams. Never. Never. Stingy. Very stingy. Quite a stingy with clout. Very, very stingy. But anyway, 20 of you lurkers are here. I might as well start. Okay. I'm sure you lurkers are aware. You know what? I'm going to start with a story time, okay? I'm going to start with a story time. Let's just say you, Oh, this is going to be quite the story. Let's say your father or your parents or your mother, whoever, they ran a successful restaurant, okay? They ran a very successful restaurant. They ran a restaurant that serves food that a lot of people love. A lot of people love. And as I'm talking about it, I'm getting hungry, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, they serve a lot of food that people love. And people always come and they'll always buy so much. And one fine day, let's just say, touch wood, your parents are, they're done with it. They're done with it. They ran a successful business serving a very special kind of specific dish that everyone loves, okay? And you took over. Now, you never really had much, how do I say? You always think that your parents are old-fashioned. You always think that your parents are not getting with the times. And that also your parents are not quote-unquote artistic enough. You feel like you want to surpass your parents, you want to make your restaurant go big, but also you want to put your quote-unquote identity into it. Okay? Your identity. Your identity. So what do you say? You have decided you are going to cook dishes that you would eat. You think that your taste in food is perfect. You think about it so much that any criticism of the food you make is a personal insult to you. It's a personal insult to you. And you have surrounding you are your friends. Your friends, your little friends and sycophants, and we're like, oh, slay. Oh, you're doing the right thing. Oh, yeah, your parents are old-fashioned. Oh, yeah, do what you want. So you completely, your ego is inflated. Everything like that. Your ego is inflated. Your ego is inflated. Your good friends and your inner circle will be like, oh, your dish is perfect. Oh, your dish is good. And of course, I say it's good because you give it to them for free. You give it to them for free. They can't really say no to free food. And they say, oh, this is good. And because they're your friends, oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. You're going to make it big. You're going to make it big. Your parents have nothing on this. And then you release the new menu. The first few customers go in and they try. And the reception is not like your friends. Really not like your friends at all. Some of them will be like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Some of the people are saying, this doesn't even taste good at all. That is a weird combination. What do you mean you're adding white chocolate into a scallop tartare? What do you mean you're cooking shrimps with dark chocolate? What do you mean you're adding lemon cordial into your roast chicken? None of this makes sense. And then you lash out at these customers and be like, you do not understand my art. I am an artist with my food. If you do not appreciate my food, you can get out. I don't need your business, get out. And oh boy, does that spark the beginning of the end for you. As the days roll by, the weeks roll by, the months roll by, less customers came in, less, and less. You see the reviews of your restaurant and say, ever since the son took over, ever since the daughter took over, this restaurant has gone to shit. The food tastes bad. The combinations are weird. They've started bringing in food frozen rather than fresh. They start using microwaves, and everything is overpriced to hell. Then you start reading these reviews, you fly into a rage. How dare they insult me? Whether insulting your food, but still, in your mind you're thinking, how dare they insult me? My food is me. My food is extension of myself. How dare they? That's what's running through their head. That's always why it's running through their head. And so the days turns to months, and then the months turns to years. And one fine day, you close shop. What your parents spent years to build up, you destroy in the span of less than a year. Maybe at most 2 years. You can survive for 2 years. And what have you shown for it? An ego? A horrible, horrible ego. That is what you have to show for it. So that is Now, the problem, the moral of the story and the problem of the story so far is that it is a problem that manifests in two folds, okay? It's a problem that manifests two folds. Firstly, of course, you have that ego. You have that ego. You think that your taste in food is the best. Everyone's taste in food is trash. Oh, it doesn't matter that they're giving you money. It doesn't matter you're running a business. No. You think you are God. You think you are an artist, an auteur, as they say. It does not matter what the customers want. All that matters is your passion. All that matters is what you yourself want, what you would imagine yourself eating, what you would imagine yourself doing. Your customers don't mean anything to you. They are just money cows to you. Well, problem is, customers want what they want, and they will not give money to something that they do not want. And secondly, your friends. Your sycophants, your fanboys, your fangirls. They were there saying sweet nothings to you. They were there on the internet harassing various diners who came into your restaurant saying that your food was not good. And they say you're just a hater. Why can't you be positive? You have nothing good to say, don't say at all. And all of their usual things. Started brigading you, started brigading them, started harassing them, started saying that they are toxic. They are toxic for criticizing your food. But at the end of the day, they didn't go to your restaurant either. Because the words are free. But going to your restaurant requires money. And they didn't want to eat your food when they have to pay for it. Oh, they would eat it and they'll say it's great when you're giving it to them for free, but no. They don't give a toss about your food if they had to pay for it. So yes, it's a problem on two fronts. And that is the basis for today's talk. That is the basis for today's talk. The plague of toxic positivity. The plague. The mental plague of making something for yourself when what matters most is making money. What matters most is success. So I made this PowerPoint presentation as Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset would say, I have made this PP. It may not be the best PP, but it is something. It is something to illustrate. It is something for me to properly orient myself as I'm talking about this very, very, I hope, interesting topic. It's granted. It may not be the most, the starting part of the presentation is going to be a little bit deep, but I hope you can bear with it because we're going to start. So, a little bit of a, I'm not sure, what's the word I want to use? A little bit of a disclaimer. Yep, a disclaimer. Let's get one thing clear, okay? Let's get one thing very, very clear. Optimism and positivity are one of the most important mental strengths you can have. It's one of the most important strengths you can have. When the going gets tough, if you had a choice between crumbling into the dust, going doom and gloom and giving up, or you stand back up and keep moving forward, you do the positive. You get back up and you keep working. That is important. As an old Toho meme would say, please remember that when you feel scared or frightened, never forget times when you feel happy. When day is dark, always remember happy day. Words of wisdom. Words of wisdom. Never forget that. Now, with that disclaimer out of the way, let's get into this. So, we're going to start off with the core foundations. We'll start off with, funnily enough, this man, Norman Vincent Peale. Many people call him many things, but he's one of the modern pioneers of contemporary positive thinking. Suffice to say, there are all kinds of ancient styles of positive thinking from the ancient Greek times with Stoicism. Stoicism is a different kind of positive thinking, but I will ramble a little bit about Stoicism because it's important. It's a nice thing to think about. So Stoicism back in the Greek period was interesting. It's basically the whole idea of be happy with what you have and do not get bogged down with what you do not have. That's the whole idea of Stoicism in the ancient Greek mindset. And basically it just means have a grateful heart. That's the long story short. Have a grateful heart. When you have a grateful heart, the slightest bits of good things that come your way, you are happy. And when you are happy, everything goes smoother, because when you're happy, you do things better. When you're happy, you perform things better. And when you're happy, you get along with other people better. But ancient Stoicism is contemporary Stoicism, Zavok. The Stoicism you're talking about is British Stoicism. That is a silly one, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but the British, the UK people have made me hate British Stoicism a lot more. That is so stupid. And Zephyr is not a scam, by the way. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. Those ancient Greek philosophers, they didn't, the people who push Stoicism, they do not sell their ideas for money. In fact, they're kind of the opposite. Most of them are already rich. That's the thing. A lot of the Stoics back in the ancient Greek period, most of them were like well off or rich, basically. And they partake in this lifestyle voluntarily to basically give their life outlook a different perspective. But that is... Why is it mental manipulation? Why? Zephyr, why? Why is it mental manipulation? Why having a grateful heart is the mental manipulation to you? Are you saying never be grateful? Are you saying always be dissatisfied with what you have? Is that what you're trying to say? So what is the scam? What is the mental manipulation? Well, I do agree to some extent that eventually it really does reach into the realm of mental manipulation, but what is it about the ancient Stoics that is mental manipulation? A lot of people think the promotion of Stoicism is a scam to keep the people from the low part of the ladder content. You will have nothing and you will be happy. Doesn't bode well as a realist. Now, admittedly, Zephyr, there is a very delicate balance between optimist and realist, but you have to be careful to not allow realism enter into pessimism. That is a very important balance you have to keep hold of. The reason I grilled you a little harder on that topic is because I was not very keen. I won't say, I am a bit worried on the mindset that you were displaying. Yes, there's a whole different story. Marcos, yes, that's an important point. We will bring up that point later, but I'm just talking about the origins of this type of mindset, basically. Okay? I'm just going to go through with you all the origins of this, the whole idea of positivity and positive thinking. I'm sure some of you do believe that even in its most moderate form, you would feel it is grifting or a scam or it's just not true. And we can have a discussion about it later on after we're done with this topic. But for now, let's continue. So this was one of his important, well, not really important, but how you say, food for thought. Yeah, food for thought. You do not need to be defeated by anything in life. By consciously training your mind to reject negative thoughts and instead fill with faith, faith-filled optimism won through prayer, blah, 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 blah. Yes, this, I can see which parts about it that you see is the quote-unquote scam in this. But I want to tell you a bit of an irony, okay? It's going to be a bit of an ironic thing that I'm going to bring up. It's going to be irony. Let's continue. You can tap into inner spiritual power that produces happiness, health, energy, and material success. Attitude change literally reshapes reality. Okay, change your thoughts, change the world. Now I can see why some of you view this as a bit of like a, how do you say, a mental snake oil. I can see. But basically the entire idea is that his approach to life is when something bad goes your way, do not just give up. Prefer welcome. When something bad goes your way, do not just give up. That's basically his main point on this. Do not just give up. Stand back up. Keep pushing forward. Do whatever you have to do to fix your problems, to fix your situation. He's wording it in like your, the feel good, sugar coating way. But as you will probably, I will show you all later, this is just the starting point. Basically, this guy he's a preacher, obviously, he will say things like this. But a bunch of people expand on this. So this was what his main proposition is at the start. Negative thinking drains you. Positive thinking energizes you and attracts good outcomes. Because like I told you before, if you have a positive mind rather than a negative one, when you do something like a job or an action or something, you do it better. When you are talking to someone with a positive mind rather than a negative mind, you end up making friends with them instead of turning them into your enemy. So there is some logic in that type of mindset. Because as the saying goes, the body manifests what your mind harbors. It is a very important statement. The body manifests what your mind harbors. This is why you see in real life. Lookers, think about it this way. Do you all remember all these stories you probably heard like from friends or family in real life where let's just say you have an old couple. Very loving couple. Let's just say the husband or the wife dies first, okay? The husband or the wives die first. And then you hear a story later. 1 week later, the other spouse who was alive also died. You ever heard those stories? Oh, those we will be reunited in death and something like that? You ever heard those stories, lurkers? Have you ever heard those stories? I just want to know. Have you heard those stories before? I hope I'm still connected to the stream. This always worries me. Yes, I'm just, it's just pedantism, but it's a story. It's basically a story, but it's like stories as in like top stories, like news. That's what I mean by stories. So stories can either be made up stories or stories can be news that is colloquially referred to as stories. I have a few incidents in real life about this as well. I know a few people who have this incident happen to them. Yeah, and there's a lot of these cases. There's also the case of, let's just say you have a cancer patient. Let's just say you have a cancer patient. Your close family member has cancer or something like that. It's terminal. It's incurable already. But through sheer willpower, the doctor says that family member of yours has, touch wood, 6 months to a year at most to live. But through sheer willpower alone, through sheer force of will, through sheer desire to just stay on this damn planet for just a little longer, the 6 months to 1 year turned into 2 years. It turned into 2 years. And many of these cases have happened. So you can be perfectly healthy and you just decided that you don't want to stay here any longer and you just fade away. Or you can be on the verge of death, but through sheer force of will, your refusal to die, you stick around longer than you really logically should have been able to stick around. And there's another very big story, and this is another one, and this is a lot of cases in mainland, so in China, mainland China, there are a lot of people, a lot of people who have worked every single day in their life. They work the fields, they work the farms, they toil, they do the factory work, they do everything. They do it non-stop, not 24/7, but every waking hour they are awake, they work and work and work and work and work. And the moment they retire, the moment you just stop working, the moment they retire, a week, a month later or so, they die. There are some people like that. They exist because they exist or cease to exist almost solely from their mind. Their brain is so important, their mind is so important, because just like how your mind tells you to lift your hand up, just like how a mind tells you to say something out loud, just like how a mind tells you to drink water or eat something. A mind, if you channel enough thought into it, can also affect your body. That is, some would like to call it New Age nonsense, but it actually happens. I have seen enough of it happening that I do not doubt this. Okay? So this was his proposition, and granted, he is a priest, he is a minister, so of course everything he says is going to be through the lens of spirituality. You cannot be shocked about that. So what Norman Peale actually says is that when you're faced with an issue, you are met with two choices. When you're faced with an issue, you are met with two choices. Okay? Firstly, you give up. You go doom and gloom. You say it's useless, it's hopeless, I'm done, we're done, I am done. And what happens? You spiral. The negativity feeds onto itself, so you just give up. When the problem hits your way, you just give up. And your problem gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes uncontrollable and it really creates the doom and gloom you were imagining. That is the first choice you could make. Then the second choice you could make is thinking like this. Yes, I am in a rut. I have a big problem. I am very close to rock bottom, but you know what? For as long as I draw breath, I am not going to give up. For as long as I am alive, and for as long as I still have my hands, my feet, my mouth, my eyes, my ears, I am going to fight against this misfortune. Whether I come out on top or not, I do not know, but I am not giving up without a fight. That is that is the second choice he could make. That is what he meant by negative thinking drains you and positive thinking energizes you and attracts good outcomes. The good outcome is you refusing to give up. You made a mistake, but you keep working, you fix that mistake. People who hated you for that mistake start to forgive you, and then they forgive you and eventually they accept you again. That is the good outcome. Okay? That is basically his two choices. His proposition is take the second option. Stand back up and keep trying. That is what he meant by the power of positive thinking. So basically that's a little bit of, the second point is just a little bit of history. You don't really have to know so much about it, but basically this is the whole positivity mindset post-World War II American culture. So I guess the 1950s and all of that. Damn it. So like me, instead of going, oh doom and gloom, I scoffed. This stream is over. Lucas, this stream is over now. I scoffed. My mic went mute. I'm not gonna recover from this. Oh my god, I'm not gonna recover for this. I'm gonna end this stream now. I'm gonna end this stream right now. Instead of doing that, I'll be like, okay, a short setback. I'm going to get up from my feet. I'm going to get up from the ground and keep moving forward. That is the difference. That is the difference. Yes, that is the difference. But anyway, let's get back to this. So now we go to Abraham Maslow and his theory of positive psychology. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually read the book from this guy, from Norman. I wouldn't be surprised, but basically he's reframing the entirety of the human motivation mechanism. So you all probably have heard of the hierarchy of needs, right? His whole idea is, before Maslow really became really popular, actually, you know this, right? Back in the 1920s, the 1930s, the 1940s, the 1910s and all of that jazz, you know. The mental asylums. Mental asylums were a big thing in the 1910s, the 1920s, the 1930s. It only started slowly phasing out as people like Maslow, and later I'll show you one more person, they started to redirect. So what he's saying is not that insane people should be out in civilization, but he's saying that for those people who have, the type of people, there are some people who they're depressed, or they're down in the dumps, they are doomers, they are black-pilled, but in old society, like in the 1910s, the early 20th century, they will be sent to asylums. They'll be sent to asylums and the key is thrown. Or until they say, I feel better. No, that's not how it works. Pumped you up with antidepressants, pump you up with all kinds of all kinds of drugs to stabilize your mind, or in worst cases, lobotomize you. That was the old approach to handling people with not outright mental illnesses, but it was deemed a mental illness because, and I honestly, there's a bit of irony I'm talking about. Okay, lurkers, I need you to keep in mind this word, okay? I need you to keep in mind this irony. Remember this irony. Hold on. Remember this irony, okay? Remember this irony. So, damn it, not this again. Not this again. Damn it. There we go. Remember this irony. Because we're going to get back to this later, because it is ironic. So let's go back. George, that is kind of true back in the old 19th century. But thankfully, because of people like Maslow, and he created a hierarchy of these, and he created the idea of positive psychology. Positive psychology is just not like, oh, the shittiest thing can come my way and I will always smile and be happy about it. No, that's not what he means. Basically, he's trying to say that, he is, oh my god, don't remind me about Canada. I'm going to talk about Canada again. Oh my god. But anyway, his proposition is that reasonable people, mostly normal people, when they are depressed, when they are sad for extended periods of time, when they are depressed for extended periods of time, the reason is not because they have a mental illness, but the reason is likely because there is something they want or they need that they are not achieving. There is a potential that they are not fulfilling, and because of that lack of fulfillment, they feel like they are stunted, and therefore they feel sad or depressed about it. That is his sorry, I was coughing there, but anyway, that was his approach. That is his approach to psychology. That is his alternative to just sending every single depressed person to the asylum and then hook them up on antidepressants and all of the nonsensical lobotomies and all of that nonsense. That was his alternative. He's saying that if someone is depressed, if someone you know is not insane, is not clinically insane, such as he's not a schizo, he's not a psychopath, he's not a sociopath or anything like that, if he's just a normal functioning, he or she is just a normal functioning person, but for some reason he or she is depressed and very sad, very down in the dumps, you do not just say, oh, he's mentally unwell, send him to the asylum, but instead you ask a series of questions. Is there something he needs that he is not getting? Is there something he wants that he is not getting? And how serious is his lack of this need? So he created this, as you probably already know, it's called the hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So you have the baseline bottom, which is physiological needs, as you probably know. Food, water, rest, not freezing and not burning, not freezing to death or not burning to death. That's the base. Then you have safety. You have the safety needs one level above, which is you are not sleeping with one eye open, worried that someone is going to stab you while you sleep. That's the idea. And you do not, and you have a roof under your head. So when the rain pours, you are relatively protected, or when the blizzard blows over, you're also relatively protected. That is the second level. Then you have the third level. Now, here is where things you can start to diagnose. Here's where you can start to diagnose depressed people or people who are just down in the dumps. You can't really explain. You can slowly start to explain it. So you have the psychological needs. So you have belonging, love, all of that. Find a girlfriend or boyfriend. Have friends, have family who loves you. Make a family, and all of that. Okay, that's self-explanatory. Companionship, basically. Humans, at the end of the day, are social creatures. Companionship is important. But then we move on one more level. The esteem needs. The esteem needs. So, be successful. You have a job, get your promotion, make the big money. Make something in your life. Be the manager in that store. Be the CEO in that corporation. All of that. That is the self-esteem part. The experience of success is that level. Then, now, we reach to the tippy top. The tippy top. They call it self-actualization. Achieving one's full potential using creative activities, which means leave your mark. Leave your mark on this world in some way, shape, or form. Think about it this way. The difference between the esteem needs and self-actualization is subtle, but is different enough. The esteem needs is basically succeed in the society that you have placed yourself into. That is the core. And then that top level is making a mark on society. So think about it. One is about surviving in a societal sense, which is the esteem needs, and the self-actualization is the thriving in the societal sense through leaving a mark in society. And of course, they want positive marks, such as you are a household brand name. Everyone hears your name, they know, oh my goodness, I know that person. Or everyone sees your product and you'll be like, oh, that's a really cool product. I have 10 of it in my house. That is self-actualization. So Maslow created an alternative to the old ancient ways of, if you're depressed, you are mentally unwell, we will send you to the asylum. Instead of, now you are depressed, let's have a talk about it. Is there something you feel you need or you want that you're not getting? And is that why you feel like it's hopeless, or is that why you feel like you can't get out of this funk? Yes. Oh boy, that's quite a long talk. And only 21 of you lurkers are here, that's a shame. I would have hoped more people came for this talk. It is what it is, I guess. Let me keep trying. Let me keep trying. Hey. Yes, and like I say, Zevov, there's a lot of irony in the modern day. I'm going to show you there's a lot of irony in the modern day, and it's quite shocking how ironic things have become. Time is like a full circle. We'll talk about it soon. One more academic. This is a person named Martin Seligman, And he basically expanded, he made an offshoot and expanded on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And he basically also pushed, yes. But anyway, basically he created what was called the PERMA model. His entire aspect is... So Maslow had a very baseline. He had the Maslow's hierarchy of needs had a very baseline metric on assessing the well-being of a person. And basically he created like a foundational. So Norman created the philosophical, that qualitative, where everything is qualitative. He created a philosophical idea of positive thinking. Maslow started with the core foundation about it. The core foundation that is basic enough to understand, but it doesn't go in depth enough. Then this Martin guy, he expanded it a little bit more. But of course he focuses on the psychological aspects of it. So his key, the PERMA model, is positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishments. So what he's basically saying is at least in the terms of mental well-being, it is measurable and teachable. And the key to it is basically a whole bunch of epiphanies. It's basically epiphanies. Let's move on to the next slide. And this is something that he says very importantly. Happiness isn't passive, it's something you build. And already you compare it to I'm going to go guilt a little bit ahead of myself. I'm going to get a little bit ahead of myself, Lucas, but I feel that I need to say it. You compare with today's toxic positivity, you're really seeing that something is wrong. You see the original, I won't call them pioneers because these are old principles, but I will say the people who popularized positive thinking, the original academics and philosophers who popularized positive thinking, they make it very clear. Happiness is something you build. It's not given to you. Happiness is not something given to you. And positivity is a tool. It is not a be-all and all. It is a tool for you to achieve happiness, but make no mistake, it's something you have to work for it. Just because you have positivity does not mean you're entitled to happiness. Positivity is still an important ingredient for you to achieve happiness, but of course, it is just one core ingredient. There are many more ingredients for you to achieve that happiness. Firstly, you have to know what you want. Then you have to know. Yes, you react. That's why I'm saying it's ironic. But basically, that is his point. Happiness isn't passive, it's something you build. And build is the key word here. Build is the key word here. Build implies you have to work for it. Build implies you have to be realistic enough, to be self-aware enough, to know what you have to do and what you should not do. And do it with a positive mindset, do it with a positive outlook. Yeah, control, we are getting ahead of ourselves, but let's continue. So, it's important. These three individuals, Norman, Maslow, and Martin, they are going to tell you, although they are pioneers for positive thinking, colloquially pioneers, are not literally the pioneers, but they popularize it. They say in no uncertain terms, moderation. Be realistic. Be balanced. And what do we mean by that? So let's start with we'll skip Maslow for this because he only created the rubric. But let's talk about Peele. He made some very important points even as he is talking about positive thinking. So let's read this together, okay, Lucas? Why is my present? Let's read it together, okay, Lucas? Let's read it together. So, these are his ideas basically. A positive thinker does not refuse to recognize the negative. He merely refuses to dwell on it. Positive thinking is a form of thought which habitually looks for the best results from the worst conditions. Lucas, you're starting to notice a problem, right? You're starting to notice something a little odd, right? You're starting to notice a little odd, don't you? In the modern day, in the current year. But let's continue. Any fact facing us is not as important as our attitude towards it, for that determines our success or failure. A confident and optimistic thought pattern can modify or overcome the fact altogether, but it does not rule out the objectivity in the appraisal of the facts. The inferiority complex victim sees all facts through discolored attitudes. The secret of correction is simply to gain a normal view, and that is always slanted on the positive side. Well, I wouldn't say always, but I would say in most cases. So, Peele says the Mr. Preacher, as you thought he was a snake oil salesman, but basically he's saying positivity is not reality bending. Positivity is how you approach something that comes your way. That is basically it. Like he said, positivity, the proper application of positive thinking, is not the refusal to recognize the negative, but the ability to not dwell on it and keep moving on. And then there's also Segment. He also said something similar. Although there are clear benefits to learning optimism, there are also dangers. We want people. Now this is the important part, because this is the important part. Embro, welcome. This is the most important part of this slide. We want people to own up to the messes they make, to be responsible for their actions. If the cost of failure is high, optimism is the wrong strategy. Lurkers, the mic drop. Lurkers is the mic. The mic drop is right here. Hello, Nana. Lurkers, if you didn't hear this properly, I will read this again. Okay, I will read this again. I will read this again. Although there are clear benefits to learning optimism, there are also dangers. We want people to own up to the messes they make, to be responsible for their actions. If the cost of failure is high, optimism is the wrong strategy. Remember this. And this is another important part. We must be able to use pessimism's keen sense of reality when we need it. Optimism may sometimes keep us from seeing reality with the necessary clarity. These are basically truth bombs, right? These are the truth bombs. The very biggest proponents and pushers of optimism and positive thinking knows that you cannot go 100% extreme. It's balanced. Like with Taoism, everything is about balance. Yin and yang, darkness and light, good, evil, all of that is a balance. It is a proper balance. So let's finish off his quote. Learned optimism works not through an Learned optimism works not through an unjustifiable positivity about the world, but through the power of non-negative thinking. Again, they both make the same points. And the point is simply, what does this mean? The positive mindset is when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. It is the core of this message is to get back up and be better and get better. Learn from your mistakes and think about how you can do things better. These true individuals do not approve using positivity to delude yourself that your mistakes do not exist. That is the core point. Positivity should be a way for you to it should be a way for you to strengthen yourself in the face of adversity. It should not be a crutch. It should not be a tool that obligates other people to give you good outcomes. Yes, correct, Zavab. Correct. I can solve the problem. That is what true positive thinking is. I can solve the problem. The toxic positivity or the warping and the warping and the destruction of proper positive mindset is saying there are no problems, or you are a problem for noticing the problem. And that is modern toxic positivity. But I'm getting ahead of myself, but we'll talk about it later. Johnny, thank you for dropping in. Hope you have a good day today. Okay. Oh boy, that's a long talk. That's a very long talk. I need to drink something. Hold on. And thank you for the 10, Johnny. $24 likes. I'm glad to see more likes coming. I really hope I can make this into a clip, but it's gonna be a long ass lecture, so I doubt it. I doubt it so much. But I would love to make it into a clip. I'll see what I can shorten and what I won't shorten. Maybe I would, if I want to make it into a clip, I probably would shorten like the Greek part, the Stoicism Greek part at the start of the lecture. But anyway, I'll worry about that some other time if I feel like it. Anyway. Now, lurkers, this was the tippy top. We're going to go to when things start getting ugly. Okay, lurkers? Where it starts to go wrong. Basically, it can be traced back to this book. It is a book called The Secret by some lady called Rhonda Byrne. It is a 2006 book or 2008 book. I can't remember exactly. I forgot the dates. I don't care about the dates. But still, this is where things start to get very, very disturbing. This is where, arguably, is the birthplace of toxic positivity. This is the birthplace of toxic positivity. This is the birthplace of toxic positivity. So what does it say? Basically, it's trying to say reality is obligated to give you good outcomes if you are unshaking and uncritical of your extreme positive mindset, even if reality is hinting at you to be a bit more moderate. And it also popularized the idea of engaging with the non-positive becomes a taboo because it attracts more negativity. So it is a self-feeding loop of delusion. It's a self-feeding loop of delusion. Positive thinking stopped being about getting back up and being better, and it devolved into running away and denying your problems. That sounds a lot more familiar. Doesn't it? That sounds familiar, doesn't it? So you have these two individuals. They say positive thinking is about getting back up when the going gets tough and thinking to yourself, I have a problem right now, but I am going to fix my problem. I'm going to face my problem head on, and I will not give up until my problems are fixed. That is basically both of them saying this. That is what true positive mindset is about. That is what true positivity is about. They acknowledge that things can sometimes get ugly. They acknowledge that things can sometimes be unpleasant or be even outright negative. But the secret is how you go about those negative incidents. And if you go at it with a positive mindset, as in, I will keep trying and keep trying until this problem is fixed, that is the secret to happiness. But what this lady did, Rhonda Byrne, the secret is now we see it. Now we see it. Her idea is, if you think positive thoughts 24/7, if problems do not exist, and that is something extremely stupid. It's basically, what is them? Basically, what was the guy? What was the? Wait, let me have a look. I'm gonna find that meme. Hold on. It's basically this meme. Found it. It's basically this meme. There is no problem if you refuse to acknowledge the problem. That is basically this book's approach. This book's approach to problems. There will not be a problem if you refuse to admit there's a problem. And it gets worse from here, by the way. It gets worse from here. This was the tipping point. This was the flash point. This was basically the first shot, per se. The firing of the first shot was when this book came out. And, by the way, I would say this book is, for lack of a better word, Zephyr, this is the scam. Zephyr, if you're still here, this is the scam. This book is the scam, in my humble opinion. And you know what's the punchline to this book? It sold millions. This woman spouting psychological snake oil. Let's make no mistake, this is psychological snake oil. The psychological, quote-unquote, miracle cure. This is psychological snake oil. And she made over $10 million through selling this book. Selling this book, poisoning and deluding people's minds. The book was so popular that even Oprah talked about it on her show. That's how serious this is. Oprah talked about it on her show. Talked about how great this book is and how mind-blowing it is and all of that. Oprah talked about this book. This is when it starts to go wrong. But here is where it really starts to go wrong. This is where it really starts to go wrong. Social media. It started with social media. People who read this book, people who watched Oprah and read this book, they started flooding social media with all of these things. They started positivity in every single aspect. Never acknowledge the problem. Never acknowledge a problem. Problems do not exist. If you say there are problems, you are the problem. That whole mindset stemmed from social media. Big surprise. You have hashtags like good vibes only, which means you can never criticize anything. You can never be non-positive on anything. And you have the onset of buzzwords. You have the onset of buzzwords that now mean absolutely nothing. Online toxicity. You see buzzwords like this. Online toxicity. And then, of course, the classic, the trolls and the haters. It's always these two words, trolls and haters. It's always trolls and haters. It's always these two words over and over and over again. And as with anything that happens in social media, eventually things get very corporate. It gets very, very corporate. And what do I mean by that? Corporations bought into the snake oil. Corporate, like they did with DEI, like they did with ESG, like they did with all of this, like they did with NFTs, like they did with AI. Corporations bought into this grift. They bought into this grift. So, what happened? Corporations started to join in. Basically, corporations started to join in. They created from the ground up, of course with the assistance of HR, with the assistance of all of these quote-unquote positivity peddlers in positions of power or consultants. As always, it's always the consultants. Corporations buy into it, weaponize it as a form of conformist tactic to then makes, of course it did. They twist the growing onset of toxic positivity as a tool. And they make it into a tool that completely suppresses feedback, suppresses any form of proper criticism. So this is a conformist tactics that make criticism or even constructive discussion taboo. And then you have the sayings like this, the buzzwords. Of course, is not the current year without a brand, without some new buzzwords or rehashing old buzzwords. Mass adoption of terms like family, dream teams, good vibes only. You'll see them in all so-called quirky, hip and modern establishments, quirky, hip and modern corporations. And we're going to talk about one of them later. I have an article talking about one of them later. And it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an interesting one, and it's very weird. It is very, very weird. Oh boy. Isn't this a good thing? I'm only here to extract money from the company I work in, and the company is there to extract work from me in return. That is a logical thing to think about. That is logical. That is logical. You work and you get paid. That is very logical. True happiness is with your family. True happiness is with your friends. True happiness is with the people you get along with. And I feel that here's what I think. Here's what I think in my humble opinion. Here's what I think. They use these tactics not because they want to be quote-unquote nice. They use these tactics because they want to make criticism forbidden. They want to make criticism to become a dirty word. As we can go through a lot of examples we can go through later. But basically, it is self-serving, the corporations. It's partially self-serving, but you can only be self-serving for so long because, I'm getting ahead of myself, but basically because if you're a corporation, you are likely a business. If you're a business, you likely want money. And if you want money, you have to do what the customer says. And if you don't do what the customer says, if you do what the customer says, the customers give you money. And the loop goes on and on and on. But let's go down. Let's keep finishing this slide. Attacking consumers who do not feed the lie as bigots and view all criticism as vitriol. Familiar, isn't it? And as we probably will see in some examples later, shunning their own employees and their own staff for not conforming to the psychological snake oil. Let's continue. We want to show you some examples. And oh boy, we do have some examples. Get ready, Lucas. We're going to talk. We already know about some of this. We know about some of this, don't we? So, of course, we have the infamous Star Wars incidents from a few years back. The Star Wars sequel trilogy nonsense. So, the fans are toxic. The Star Wars fans are toxic. The Star Wars fans are racist. The Star Wars fans are misogynistic. And they do not actually bother to listen to what feedback the fans were given. Plot holes. Terrible acting. Terrible lines. Terrible writing. Terrible plot. Luke Skywalker is being turned into a joke. All of that. They do not bother. But to them it's all, oh, you're racist. Oh, you hate women. It is always about that. It is always about that. So let's move on to the next one. Of course, Ubisoft. Granted, I like The Division too, but that's the only game I like. But Ubisoft as a whole is still crap in my opinion. They attacked the players, and of course, when Assassin's Creed Shadow came out, everyone called gamers racist again now, because of course they do. They do not care that the entire idea of Yasuke as a samurai is actually fan fiction created by some UK, some British white guy, expat, who didn't even have any accreditation in history, let alone Japanese history. He did legal work. He's not a historian. And he even came out and admitted in a live interview that the whole Yasuke being a samurai thing was a story made up between him and his friends. What's his name again? I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. Let me think a bit. Damn it, what was his name? What was his name? Let me check. Thomas Lockley. There we go. Thomas Lockley. It's right, Lucas. You know this, right? The image to the right, Niji-en. All of the we are a family this, we are a family that, we are a family, wholesome family. Oh my goodness. Enough. Family this, family. Anime arc, family. Wholesome family. Wholesome Chungus family, Niji-en. And what happened to Selen? What happened to Selen? I probably don't have to tell y'all what happened to Selen. But yes, all that talk about family this and family that, and this, and what they have to show for it are a whole bunch of graduations. And what happened to Selen? It's fake. And we're going to talk about this one down here. Super positive Lululemon robot staff calls retailers workplace toxic. We are going to talk about that. Oh boy, we are going to talk about that. We're going to talk about this one. Let me open. Hold on. This is a slide for later, but let's go back to here. I have a link. And there we go. We're going to read this together because I feel it's important. I was quite shocked when I learned about this. So, you've probably heard of the clothing brand Lululemon, right? You've heard of Lululemon, right? Not that Lulu. That Lulu is the elder god, and don't you dare say anything bad about her or else. Don't you dare say anything bad about our elder god. Praise be her name, Con Lulu. Don't you dare. But let's continue. Let's do this. Let's read this a bit. So, this is very interesting, by the way. This is very interesting, but it was twisted as well. This is what happens when a corporation goes into toxic positivity to the extreme. And remember what I said a while ago, Lurkers. Remember what I said a while ago, Lurkers. It's ironic. Like we said back in the 1910s, think positive thoughts or we will send you to the asylums. Now let's read about this now, shouldn't we? Let's read about this. Apparel retailer Lululemon has a cult following and disturbingly cult-like work environment, some staffers say. More than a dozen current and former employees often spoke on conditions of anonymity. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? A clothing brand is like a cult. Can you imagine that? It's such a dangerous cult that they don't even dare to talk about it with their identities exposed. Can you imagine that? But let's continue. Of the wellness brand have revealed to insiders that Lululemon's company culture puts an intense amount of pressure on employees to be peppy and fall into line with the brand's ideals. On the outside looking in, Lululemon seems really kind and really inclusive. Oh boy, here we go again. Sorry. Really kind and really inclusive, as long as who you are includes what they want you to be. A person at Elias Emma, a former part-time sales associate at Lululemon in Canada, reality rhymes. Canada is also the same country that issues made to people suffering from depression. You can't make this up. You really cannot make this up. Told the publication of her 2 months working for the company in 2018. In her brief time as Lululemon quote-unquote educator on the sales floor, Emma says she was subjected to regular meetings with her manager about her apparent failure to be sufficiently peppy. Often I just come home crying, she said. This is basically like that. What was the guy's name? It was Bender. We will teach them about our peaceful ways by force. And this is going to outline the hypocrisy of this all, because later we're going to talk about hypocrisy, okay? We're going to talk about... We have already delved into hypocrisy, but we're going to talk a little bit more. We're going to show you our peaceful ways by force. How quaint. How quaint. We are going to lecture you about always being peppy and positive by being extremely negative to you. What a fucking joke. The constant negative feedback, sufficiently peppy, all about the positivity. The constant negative feedback continued and her mental health began to decline. Feeling like she couldn't be happy enough to work, she quit. Can you imagine this? Oh my goodness. Can you imagine this? Emma's feelings that Lululemon's work environment is one of toxic positivity echoed by a lot of other people. I think they definitely don't appreciate all types of personalities. Said Aaron, who used to work at the Minnesota Lululemons. And it's harder for minorities to feel like they have a voice during training when they're constantly being talked over. Ironic, isn't it? For all that talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, the moment again. For all that talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all about, oh, we are protecting the minorities. Oh, we are protecting, oh, bigots be gone. Oh, racists be gone. The moment the so-called minority, the supposed minority, expresses, I'm down in the dumps today. I've had a hard day. I've had a hard week. And I will do my work. I will still do my work properly, but I can't always be peppy. I can't always be happy-go-lucky at every hour that I'm working. And I say, no, shut up. How weak, how diverse, how inclusive. When the Asian lady says, I am struggling, I can't always put a smile on my face. How ironic. Let's continue. The types of personalities that were appreciated were consistent. A white, able-bodied, for most part, fit-looking women. Okay. Said another person. They also cited an exercise called clearing. Oh boy, what is this going to be about? Struggle sessions? Struggle sessions? Let me see. Called clearing, in which managers have staff together to discuss any issues they have before the start of their shifts. Okay. Maybe you had a really bad day. Something bad happened with your boyfriend or with a parent or whatever. You would clear that in the clearing. And then after that clearing, you are expected to just bounce back as this idealized super positive Lululemon robot. In a statement to the Post, Lululemon say that the claims in the inside article are not consistent with the culture and values of Lululemon today. That's what they always say. Of course. Of course. Of course they would say that. Of course they would say that. It's like straight off. Correct, bro. Correct. It's like something straight off a Kim Jong-un parade. The clapping. The smiling. At least that one is a totalitarian dictatorship. This is just a... At least that one is a totalitarian dictatorship. Communist dictatorship. But this one is a... Lucas, please. Lucas. This is a damn clothing brand. People coming to buy some damn clothes. And if your staff can be helpful enough to your customers to sell their damn clothes, that is enough. What the hell is wrong with you, Lululemon? This is extremely stupid. Okay, let's continue. Furthermore, Lululemon is committed to creating and maintaining an inclusive and positive work environment. By force. They forgot to leave out the asterisk, the star. Lululemon is committed to creating and maintaining an inclusive and positive work environment by force. And we welcome and encourage employee dialogue and feedback. Yeah, through a clearing session. You express it and they say, noted, now get out there and pretend to be positive. I'm sure. If anyone at Lululemon has a negative experience, we have several ways for employees to share their concerns and feedback, and including through anonymous channels. We take feedback like this seriously, reviewing every claim and taking appropriate action. Really makes you wonder, is it really anonymous? Really makes you wonder, what is appropriate action? Is appropriate action like Niji Sanji En, where a whistleblower talks about how toxic their workplace is, and the first thing they did was not to address the management, not to address the misbehaving individuals and employees, but to apprehend and find out who blew the whistle. My goodness, spare me. My goodness, seriously, spare me. Alright. Is that the full article? Okay, that is the full article. That is the full article. Okay. Oh. I've been going at this for 1.5 hours. We still have a few more slides to go through. Lurkers. But I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to see whether I can grab something to eat. And I'll probably will. Let me see if we can actually find a Lululemon video that we can watch together while I eat. Let me see. Let me have a look. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. By the way, Lucas, please do not, for God's sake, do not buy Lululemon. Do not buy Lululemon clothes. Apparently, it came out as well that their clothes are toxic. Literally toxic. So this is not like toxic positivity in a toxic workplace. Their clothes are literally toxic. The clothes are literally toxic. I don't know how else to say this. Apparently they are made of... We will watch a bit actually. Apparently one of them is so toxic that if a woman wears the clothes, there is a chance they will be infertile. Because the chemicals in there are very, very serious. There's some serious stuff. We're going to watch two videos. So one is a 5-minute video, the other is a 15-minute video. We're going to watch that while I find something to eat. Okay, little kids? I'm going to find something to eat and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Sounds a bit convenient, isn't it, Love Has? Indeed, I thought so as well. That sounds like something straight out of World Economic Forum in my opinion. But I'm going to grab something to eat and hopefully I'll be back soon. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something's gonna happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. 676767. Ah dear. What a horrible way to word it, Love has. What a horrible way to word it. Anyway, let's get started. Please, I hope there's no background music because I don't want to edit out music. Editing out music is horrible. Wrong. Web content, correct? Alright. Monty. Oh, Monty. Welcome. Hello to you. I hope you're having a good day and thank you for subbing. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you have a good experience being here, and thank you for giving time from your own busy schedules and your valuable time watching me or listening to me ranting and rambling and yapping. Let's continue. I'm going to eat some food while we watch this, but I will pause at certain parts to just comment on some things. The Lululemon rabbit hole really goes deep. I had no idea.
You're not going to believe what is in Lululemon clothing. There are multiple harmful chemicals in Lululemon leggings, sports bras, and shorts that are affecting the fertility and the hormones of both men and women. I'm gonna go in this Lululemon and break it all down for you. I might get kicked out, we'll see, but this is important information that you need to know about because I know you got some of this on your privates, and that's a bad thing. Let's go. If you guys had any questions about the harms of these chemicals, you can see that these mannequins are full of harmful chemicals, clearly having endocrine disruption. All right, I'm joking. Let's go talk about it. Come on. Let's start with the worst of the bunch. I'm going to show you guys Lululemon leggings. There have been studies that show that the leggings from Lululemon contain PFAs, forever chemicals, in the leggings, and these are concentrated in the crotch region of
forever chemicals. Why the hell will they put chemicals on this clothes? And of all the chemicals they could put, oh my goodness.
The leggings. I've heard from a lot of my friends who are ladies that a lot of ladies don't wear underwear with the leggings. So this is even worse. So you've got leggings that are made from polyester, which isn't a great thing because it's a synthetic plastic clothing. And the crotch region of the leggings that is touching women's private parts because they're not wearing underwear contains PFAs, contains harmful forever chemicals that are absorbed through the skin into the human body.
Correct. That sounds super duper deliberate. I don't know why, of all the places the harmful chemicals could be concentrated at. Very, very weird.
And the reason they're called forever chemicals is because they stay in your body for years and years and years, disrupting hormones. Now, there's kind of a solution here if ladies want to wear some kind of natural fiber underwear between the leggings. But look, I get it. These leggings look great, and a lot of ladies don't want to wear underwear underneath because it changes the way the leggings look. But understand that there are harmful chemicals, PFAs, forever chemicals, in Lululemon leggings that can get into your body when they touch your skin. Our nether regions, our reproductive organs, are more absorbent regions of skin in our bodies too. And like I said, these chemicals accumulate in our bodies, cause hormone disruption. So problem number one with Lululemon. Let's talk about some sports bras. Sports bras from multiple athletic companies also contain PFAs, and many of them contain BPA. Bisphenol A, you know, the thing that was in your water bottles, that got taken out of water bottles because it was also an endocrine hormone disrupting chemical. It's in sports bras.
Oh, by the way, Lucas, PSA. A bit of a PSA for your Lucas. is an extremely important PSA. If you use plastic water bottles, I want you to understand this very, very closely. If you use plastic water bottles, which I don't know why you would, but anyway, if by chance you are, never put hot water into plastic bottles. Never. No matter how solid the plastic bottle is, no matter how so-called heat-proof the plastic bottle is, never do that. Because the hot water will melt the chemicals that created those plastic bottles or containers. And when you drink them, oh boy, you're gonna have problems. It may not happen overnight, it may not happen in a month, it may not happen in a year or so, but a decade or so, something will happen. Be careful. Yes, that's also correct. But there are people, look at Chan, there are people. You can't tell me what to do, Ben. I will consume the microplastics that you can't stop me. What's this? Love has toxic positivity. Are you in your toxic positivity stage? Love has?
And PFAs. So we're back to the forever chemicals. So we've got forever chemicals in the crotch region of leggings being absorbed into your body. You've got...
Well, personally, I wouldn't take my chances. Not even warm water. Anything lukewarm and colder is... Again, I question why would you even use plastic water bottles unless you like bought it from a store or something, but... Yeah. Anything below lukewarm and below.
Forever chemicals in your sports bra on your chest that you're sweating in, that's making your skin more absorbent, that is getting absorbed into endocrine tissues, into hormonally active tissues, into tissues with a lot of blood flow and lymphatics that are prone to cancers, your chest with sports bras that are full of these chemicals. So that's problem number 2 with Lululemon stuff. I think opt for natural options, either as an underwear between the leggings and your body, or as a natural fiber sports bra. Let's talk about guys stuff. Let's talk about guys shorts. Come on. So here we've got some guys shorts, and a lot of the shorts from Lululemon have these built-in underwear. Well, guys, these are polyester underwear that are going to cradle your nether regions. They're going to cradle your junk. I don't even know what I can say. And I didn't believe this research till I saw it for myself, but there have been multiple studies, and what they see is actually lower sperm counts and lower hormone levels when you put polyester underwear on junk. That's...
How convenient. I'm sure a lot of you are noticing how convenient all of this is. The chemicals are focused on the reproductive organs of both men and women. It's so odd. Ayan, thank you for the sub. Thank you for investing your time in watching my streams. Thank you, Ayan. Anyway. Oh, sorry, odd though. I haven't been getting alerts for the subs. Hold on, I haven't been getting alerts for my subs, actually. That's kind of odd. Let me have a look. I haven't been getting alerts. Did I turn it off accidentally? Did I turn it off accidentally? I can't seem to remember. Oh, did I turn it off accidentally? Let me have a look. I'm going to go to Streamlabs and have a look. Because I need some... I need to know when people started subbing to me. I need to know when people started subbing to me because it's good. It is good what's the word? It is good etiquette. Let's see. YouTube. Let me try. It works, but I didn't get a notification for it. Something is off. Never mind, I'll worry about that some other time. Lurkers. One of you, at least one of you, can you try to unsub to me and resub? I want to see if the alerts work properly. That is, I just used the test function. Can one of you try and unsub and resub? I want to see if the alerts work properly. Because I don't know, I would like to be informed when someone starts subbing or following me. No, that's not gifted. I mean... Huh. That is so weird. Why is it not working? The test works. The test function works. Damn it! I don't want to waste time about it. I'll worry about that later. No, that was just me. That is just me. I just clicked the test button. There is no Kevin. There is no Kevin in the stream. It is just a test function. So is some randomly generated name. Ah well. I'll worry about that later. Let's finish this first.
Scary because I know a lot of you guys watching this are wearing polyester underwear to support your stuff.
See you later,
when you're at the gym, when
Marcos.
you're running, and the potential that this polyester underwear could be disrupting your hormones, affecting sperm counts negatively, is real. So all these polyester shorts here from Lululemon that are full of these underwear that are all polyester are probably a bad thing for men's fertility, for men's hormones, for men's sperm counts. What is the other option? Well, you can get a pair of polyester shorts if you wear natural fiber boxers underneath, wear cotton or wool boxers underneath. That's going to be way better than wearing polyester underwear, compression shorts that are polyester, or polyester short that has a polyester liner in it. I would not wear
everything cotton, everything wool, everything organic.
What am I wearing? I've got an organic cotton shirt, I've got jeans, which are cotton, and I've got some natural fiber cotton boxers on underneath. So that's how I dress, because I don't want polyester on my junk, nuts, testicles. I almost said juts, I don't know. Junk and nuts together, juts. Can I say juts on YouTube? Who knows? That's the way I would solve the problem. And I wear natural fiber shirts. I like cotton shirts, organic cotton or wool shirts. Those are much better in my opinion. I don't want to wear plastic. I don't want to wear PFAs. I don't want to wear BPA on my clothes. That's how you improve your health when you think about this from all levels. I think a lot about food, but the clothes you wear are important. And then you can get even deeper into the rabbit hole and think about the bed sheets, towels, etc. Right now, we're just at Lululemon trying to not get kicked out. All right, guys. Clothes
trying
you
to
wear
not get kicked out.
are important.
At least they didn't kick you
absorb
out.
Things through the clothes. Hope you guys are enjoying this video. I want to give you a heads up that Heart and Soil is going to be making edible leggings. Just kidding. Heart and Soil is not going to make edible leggings. We make desiccated organs, but I've got a deal for you with regard to these videos. If you hit like and subscribe right now, it helps me make videos. The more people that like and subscribe gives me more freedom to make free videos that bring you informational content, help you live a better life. Thank you guys. Back to the
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. As they say, even this guy says it. It's etiquette to show it also. Okay. Before I go into more Lululemon stuff, I'm going to have a look at this stupid alert function. I'm going to have a look at this stupid alert function and see what happens. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, let me have a look. Alerts, alerts, alerts. Where are the alerts? Properties. Let's test it again. Let me see. Oh my god, there's 2 alerts. Wait, what? Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Damn it! I used the wrong button. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, we love Kevin. We love Kevin. I'm sure you do. Let's try it again. No. Kevin. That is so weird. The alerts are definitely working. The alerts are definitely working, but for some reason when an actual person hits subscribe, nothing happens. That is so odd to me. That is so extremely odd to me. Let's see what else. Let's see this one. Nope, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. I don't like this one. Yeah, Ben Scuff time. We are back to the Ben Scuff. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That is so weird to me. Don't worry, I'm going to go back to Twitch for a moment. I am so sorry for interrupting the stream, but there's something... Oh my goodness, I'm getting OCD problems right now. I'm getting a lot of OCD problems right now. Oh, I'm getting a lot of OCD problems right now. Let me make sure that the alerts for Twitch is at least working. Let's test it. How do I test it? How do I test it? Yep, Twitch is working. So the question is, what the hell is wrong with YouTube? Why is it always YouTube? Lucas, why is it always YouTube? Why? Why is it always YouTube? Channel settings, globals. Everything is working. You know what? Screw this. Screw this, I'm done. We're gonna continue this. Do you want to keep watching the Lululemon videos, or do you want... You know what? Let's continue. I want to finish this lecture first before we continue to Lululemon, okay? I still have a few more things I want to go through. So that's Lululemon. You want to continue? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, never ever buy Lululemon. Lesson learned. But let's continue. That is correct, actually. That actually sounds kind of true. Anyway, so what are we? Where are we today? So you have people... Because we are talking about toxic positivity again. So back at toxic positivity, you have things like this. You have things like this. Where people where people like game journalists, some randos, some sycophants on X, some sycophants on Twitter or wherever, some sycophants on Facebook, they're getting upset. They're getting extremely upset. Like I said before, the toxic positivity thing is a very serious issue. It is a very serious issue. It develops cult-like behavior, basically. Very serious cult-like behavior. And it's so serious that genuine feedback and even statistics are considered taboo. As you can see, this post right here to your left side. So this was a post about Danny and PC commenting about marathon floundering. This is not the best news for marathon. A few days before launching the free-to-play server slam, the player count dropped pretty hard. Released on Thursday, 240. Okay, and then there you have this person. Now this tweet isn't against Danny on a PC. Oh, it is. It is, Lucas. It is. I read. It is. But after seeing the, however, hundreds of millions, that's the exaggeration, but that's stupid. That's stupid. Few hundred at most. About Steam numbers, I'm convinced the petition should be started to shut down SteamDB. We should not be allowed to see player counts for any game anymore, nor how many people are viewing on Twitch. What an interesting thing to say. What an interesting thing to say. What an extremely interesting thing to say. So interesting, in fact. I made a post about it. It's so interesting to me. He made follow-up posts because Can you imagine it firstly? Lucas? Can you imagine it firstly? The amount of pettiness that you would want an obviously consumer-friendly website, an objective consumer-friendly website shut down all because your favorite game, or because some people online are using the statistics to say your favorite game is failing. They're not even lying about it. But the fact that it is not a positive piece of information, they want it banned. Can you imagine that amount of pettiness? Can you really imagine that amount of pettiness? So that was exactly what I said. OP wants a consumer-friendly and informative statistics website that tracks consumer movements on specific games shut down to deprive consumers from making informed decisions. Because some people use the stats for posts he does not like. Talk about petty. Talk about serious petty issues. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. Not sure. So he replied to me. He's trying to school me. He's trying to fact check me. Oh, I am wrong. Oh, Benmin, you are wrong. You are so wrong. Time for me to school you. And he says, "Nah, I just want people to stop using these numbers as an argument against other people who happen to find games fun, but you interpret that however you like, Pop-Up Queen." Does that actually change what I said though? Does it? Lucas, tell me, does it? He's basically saying I'm correct. But he's disagreeing for the sake of it. This is amazing. Some of these people are quite amazing. So again, Wrong one. Remember, the best way to shut people up is not to harass them. It's not to insult them. The best way to shut them down is to screen cap their own posts. And I did exactly that. I just want some people to stop using the numbers in the way I don't like. That's why I want the entire website banned despite being a positive repository of information for consumers. Correct. Petty. Extremely petty. Always screen cap. Always screen cap. When you see someone stupid on X or Facebook saying something extremely stupid, screen cap them. And when they delete their posts and try to pretend they never said it, you post it, you quote their post, pasting exactly what they said before they deleted it. That is the most satisfying way to shut someone down without insulting them, without harassing them, and without threatening them. Yup, it keeps going. There is an... And... of all the people I was not expecting to shill for marathon, and I'm going to... this thing. Personally, I don't like Burn Peanut. Even without all of the VTuber drama thing, even with all of the VTuber scandal thing, I do not like him. I do not like him. He's loud and obnoxious. Here, just listen to this. And we are going to talk about what he said.
I'm going to say something right now. I'm going to say something right now. Facilities is flowing. If we keep dogging on new games before giving them a full chance...
100%.
Hold up. Let me finish. This guy does not let me finish any sentence. Let me finish! If we keep dogging on new games, okay, what you're going to have until you are 90 is Call of Duty 56, Halo 72, okay? That's what you're going to get. If you know what I'm talking about? Everybody's like, oh, dude, it's the same game every year. Then don't shit on it day one when they try something new.
It's not new. Okay, here's the thing, Peanut. Marathon is not new. Marathon is not new. It's another extraction PvE shooter. How many have we seen over the years? Peanut have a little bit of class, have a little bit of honesty, have a little bit of honesty. How many PvE extraction shooters have we played over the years? How many has been sold over the years? Tell me. Tell me, that's the first point I want to bring up. That's the first point I want to bring up. Tell me. This is not new. You like to pretend it's new, but it's not new. What are you even on about? What are you even on about? Okay, let's see what other points he's gonna make.
Even if you don't like it, shut up! Shut the hell up! Let him work! Let him cook!
It's already cooked. It's already cooked. And I have money. I play games. I am a gamer. I would love to spend money on a game that I love. Peanut. I would love to spend money on a game that I love. If the game is good and I enjoy it, I will spend money on it. Look at Division 2 again. I do not like Ubisoft, but I love Division 2. I like massive entertainment. They make a good product, I will buy it. They make me consistently and continuously enjoy said product with frequent updates and new features, I will spend money on microtransaction cosmetics. Because they deserve it. This is the dumbest comment I have seen from all these toxic positivity idiots. If someone is going to pitch a game to me and I don't like the game they're pitching, but they want my money, of course I'm going to give them feedback. And feedback does not mean, oh my god, this game is good, slay. Oh my god, this game is great. It looks good, I'm hyped. No. If a game looks crap and it does not sound appealing to me, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Is that straightforward? I'm going to say it. Your game does not appeal to me. Your game looks like trash. The art is not to my standards. I do not like the art style. I do not like PvE extraction shooters. Why can't they be just pure co-op? I would say all of these things. And it's my right to say all of these things because you are looking for my money. Okay?
Let them cook or you're gonna get Call of Duty 96!
Again, the game is already made. And what we have seen, the server slam, everything, it is not a fun game. What is there for you to... The game is already cooked. And what people cook is not... They do not enjoy it. I'm not obligated to try something that I do not enjoy just because it's quote-unquote new. And yeah, Marathon is an old franchise that has been reimagined, but still, I am not obligated to try something that I do not find appealing or just because it's quote-unquote new.
I'm not living with Call of Duty 96! I can't do Call of Duty 96!
And ironic, by the way, Peanut. Peanut is throwing trash at Call of Duty, but now he's throwing trash at us for criticizing Marathon. Do y'all notice the irony in this? Do y'all notice the irony in this, lurkers? Do y'all notice it? I hope y'all notice it. He is talking trash about Call of Duty, but he is upset at us not even talking trash about Marathon. I did not talk trash about Marathon. I just say the game does not appeal to me and I don't like the art style. And I don't want to play it. He's saying we are trashing Marathon, but he is trashing Call of Duty. Yeah, sure, Call of Duty is the low-hanging fruit. Everyone trashes of Call of Duty, but you have no room to stand on a pedestal when you're talking about don't spread hate, or if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all, and to shut up. You have no right. You do not have any right, Peanut. You do not have.
This game is garb, hot trash. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at me. I'm hating on the new game right when it released. I'm the coolest. Look, I'm hating on the new game.
There was the server slam, Peanut. There was the server slam. Lots of players played the server slam. Lots of players tried Marathon for free for a few days. It's not that they just went up to the game, looked at it, and they say it's trash. I'm pretty sure most of the people saying the game is bad probably tried it once and realized it's bad. Why is it so hard to understand? I don't care about Marathon. I didn't call the game trash. I only noticed that people are calling the game trash. I didn't myself call the game trash. All I say is that the game does not appeal to me. Yes, Josh, we're going to talk about this very soon. We're going to talk about this in a later
As it
slide.
releases, I'm part of the cool crowd. Dude, shut up!
Why? Why should we shut up? Why? Why should we shut up? Why? I have money. I have money. I'm willing to part with it if you sell me a product that I love. I'm entitled to give feedback. I have money. Literally, most of the gamers have money. If you're being sold a good game that excites them, of course they'll spend money for it.
That happens with every game! Literally, the game you're telling me to go play Arc Raiders, you literally did it to as well! On day one!
No. I'm pretty sure a lot of people loved Arc Raiders when it came out. I'm pretty sure a lot of people really love Arc Raiders when it came out. I mean, I still feel burnt, you know? The story about Arc Raiders is that it used to be a pure co-op PvE experience where it's just a group of Arc Raiders destroying robots. But it suddenly turned into this PvE extraction shooter, and I was like, nope, I'm out. I'm not gonna play because I don't like the game mode. But I'm not gonna shit on it. And as far as I know, a lot of people love it. The moment Arc Raiders came out, everyone loved it. I mean, Callie played it. Most of the Hololive girls played it. Lots of gamers played it. Competitive players played it. Somewhat not as competitive players, but they loved the tension also played it. They loved it. Why are you lying? Why are you lying, Peanut? What do you get out of lying? What do you get out of lying? If you're gonna lie like this, seriously, Peanut, if you're gonna lie like this, people are gonna start asking questions whether are your view accounts botted. Because you have quite a lot of that scandals going on Twitch. A lot of people are accusing you of botting viewers, and especially the viewers seem to rise up around the time the VTuber Awards, the VTuber part of the awards is coming along. There's like a 200-300% rise in viewership even before you became famous or infamous with that VTuber Awards thing. So I don't understand. So what do you get, Peanut? What do you get from lying? If you're not lying, you are just insulting people. If you're not insulting people, you're just telling people to shut up. And you're yelling about it. Yelling is not going to make your argument any more convincing. Just like how Pak Jaw, acting condescending and sarcastic, is not going to make the arguments any more convincing. I'm sorry, it does not.
Shut up! You literally did the same thing to Ark, and that's what you're telling me to go play!
No. No, I will not shut up, and no, you are lying. You're either lying or you're ignorant as hell. I don't understand why Burn Peanut is popular. And I don't mean this because I'm a VTuber, I mean this because I have watched videos like this and I question what the hell is so appealing about him. His yelling is obnoxious. His yelling is annoying. This is why I try not to yell. I don't like yelling. I really do not like yelling. You probably already know this. I cannot understand people like this. I really cannot. Okay, let's continue with the slides. Let's see what else. One more article I want to talk about. Okay, one more article I want to talk about. And I want you all to keep track of this article. I want you all to keep track of this article very carefully because we're going to see some ironies. Wrong one. Another one of those, if you rely on SteamDB, you are toxic type of thing, okay? Let's see. As marathon players count, Discord reaches peak stupidity of because it's PC Gamer. As the marathon player count Discord reaches peak stupidity, Warframe and Overwatch devs speak up in solidarity. Are you sure? Let's see. This is big unemployed maidenless behavior. Ever noticed something like this? Ever noticed that their only arguments is insulting you? Do you ever notice that? Do you ever notice that? Their arguments is ever insults. Let's read. Barata has been surrounded by controversy. It's not really controversy, people are just not interested. Well, it's an announcement. It's a new game established a series of days gone by. At least they are aware. Revived as an extraction shooter, which wasn't quite so mainstream before Arc Raiders. Baking off, it's going against Embark's now entrenched extraction shooter despite both games playing very differently. Plus, it's also Bungie, which has its fair shares of issues over the years. Despite fairly strong launch, it will be a pretty good launch and a pretty good performance if it was an indie project or a AA. If it was an indie or a AA, pretty good. It'll be pretty good. Let's continue. And the sentiment online from people who have played the game becoming more positive as time goes on, including many big streamers. Ooh, let's see. Isn't Shroud the guy? Isn't Shroud the... Why is it always Shroud? It's Shroud again. Why is it always Shroud? It's always Shroud. Shroud has been defending Marathon even before the game came out. Shroud also was the, his failed game. I always remember his failed game, Shroud. Why is it always Shroud? For some reason, every time I see corporate pandering to corporations and AAA games, I always see Shroud. It's always Shroud. But anyway, doesn't matter. They've been watching his Steam TV count like a hawk, using crystal ball. The call games you don't like date is cool these days, I guess. Are you sure? I mean, some maybe, but they're like the minority. I would say, personally, I didn't even look at Marathon's SteamDB page, but I would if I keep seeing obnoxious posts about marathon day in and day out, and I probably will just look at it to spite some people. But I wouldn't like go on to the Steam DB just to gloat about it. There's nothing to gloat about a trash game. It takes energy to gloat. There's nothing to gloat about in a game that is bad. It's just wasted potential. It's just waste. Okay, let's see. Is the 50% player drop in the room right now? Oh, it was this guy. Who is this guy? Never heard of him. Oh, some guy from Overwatch. Okay. Oh. Is the 50% player drop in the room with us right now? It's posts like this that make me want to look at the Steam charts. Hold on, I'm going to look for it. It's posts like this that make me want to look at the Steam DB. It's posts like this that make me want to look at the Steam DB. So this is what it says. Is the 50% player drop in the room with us right now? Yes, actually. Yes, indeed it is. It's a more than 50% player drop, actually. It's more than a 50% player drop. It went from an all-time peak of 88,000 down to a 24-hour peak, which means the best case scenario daily of around give or take 40,000. That is more than a 50% player drop. That's almost like a 60% player drop. So I don't know what you're on about. What are you on about? What are you on about? What are you on about? This aged horribly. I might make a post about this because I'm so annoyed by seeing all these sycophants. Because you know what's the thing about me? To me, it's kind of like, do you know that old argument where I see less of the problem and I see more of people complaining that there's a problem. This is the case I'm looking at. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that gamers are gloating about marathon failing. Then I actually see players gloating about marathon failing. Okay, that is the narrative. That is what I'm seeing. But anyway, let's continue. Responding to a claim that Marathon lost 50% of its players since the free server slam weekend, I assume thanks to Slay, Aspire 2 and Poco. P.S. Steiner says, feel free to diss and pass up any game you want. More power to you, but this is big unemployed meddlers behavior. Okay. As someone who knows actual Overwatch player numbers, I tend to just laugh about Steam DB being used as a mic drop. And it came out, wait, there's a Forbes post. By the way, there's a Forbes post, Lucas. There is a Forbes post. Let me see. I want to see if it's here. There we go, I found it. Forbes. Marathon sales figures are close to 1.2 million estimated sales according to sources at Bungie. Steam is 70% of Marathon's population. PS5 is 19%, Xbox is 11%. Notable that PS5 doesn't even break 20% for a first-party game despite being multi-platform. Which means, lurkers, which means, this stat is roughly 70% accurate of the entire situation. You made me do this. I'm so tired. Oh my goodness, this whole lecture has made me so tired, but you made me do this. All these marathon defenders. You made me do this. I didn't want to bring up SteamDB like everyone else, but I was tempted. I fell into the temptation, Dirkus. I fell into the temptation. Oh my god, what is with all this peem? It sounds so cute actually, hearing the word peem instead of peak. Let's continue. Rebecca, when Warframe released, we have 435 other titles competing for attention of millions of Steam users. Games have 20k other games in the same year of many millions of Steam users that have already been exposed to 80k prior releases they might have liked. Oh, come on! PC Gamer! How slimy of you! This is not Rebecca from DEK from DE. She did not attack gamers. Come on. She did not attack gamers. I was like, huh. Warframe normally doesn't get it. Warframe devs do not normally get involved. I was thinking to myself, Warframe devs do not normally get involved in all this gamer-related drama. And true enough, it was just a talk about statistics. And PC Gamer worded it as if that Rebecca is attacking gamers, which is so silly to me. And of course, I will caveat this by saying I am still a Warframe fan, although I've been massively burnt out for playing the game for years. But still, what a way to misrepresent what she said. And by the way, Warframe is till now a very unique game. There is no question about it. Till now. When it came out in 2013, there was no other game like Warframe. None. No other game like Warframe. And I can safely tell you all right now, there is no other game like Warframe. There's a reason why I played over 1,000 hours in that game. Because there really was no other game like it. So I think Rebecca kind of underestimated how unique Warframe was for the game to be so successful. And I say this respectfully. Let's continue. Okay, saw these. Of course, games that are really diverse can sneak up on us and undoubtedly break through the sea of releases, but it gets harder and harder each time. That's even more true if you're trying to get a new live service game to the hands of players who have multiple established ones in the juggle. Fair statement. I only play Division 2, and now I only play Where Winds Meet. I played Crimson Desert, but that's single player for now. I'm gonna play Beta Decay, but that game hasn't come out yet. Fair enough. Nevertheless, Sony is not the best track record for giving new live service games a lifeline. Okay. We're gonna close this. Let's continue. I want you to remember this, Lucas. I want you to remember this. What else? The punchline. Here we go. The important parts. Well, the hypocrisy of it all. There are a lot of examples, but this was like an almost impromptu PowerPoint presentation. I'm sure you all seen a lot of examples of this happening. I'm sure you all have. But I'm going to show you a screen cap. Hold on. I'm going to show you a bunch of screen caps. I have a bunch of screen caps that I can show you all. Steam DB, open with. Nope. Let me put this up here. Again, more of these people are extremely odd, but we'll get back to this later. But this is a deleted tweet. This is the deleted tweet. I don't know who Gothalion is. I can't remember at the top of my head. But he basically says, this toxic positivity is getting so pervasive. It's become so pervasive. It has become so destructive. Yes, the correct word. It has become so destructive. So this was his post. SteamDB has done irreversible harm to gaming discourse and honesty gamers as a whole. Why? 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 Genuine question, why? Why has it done irreversible harm? When has transparent information and statistics done quote-unquote irreversible harm? It has only done benefits. By your logic, Gothalion, and thankfully for you, and you think that you delete the tweet, people won't screen cap it? Well, people screen capped it. Gothalion, why do you think transparency is irreversible harm? Why? Why? And this King of the North says irreversible harm is when the market speaks with their wallet. Only good when the game I want have a high concurrent user doesn't fall flat on his face. That's what you meant to say. That is correct. That is correct, and I'll show you it's correct. Lucas, I'm going to show you it's correct. I'm going to show you it's correct. But let's continue this screen cap first. Nah, I got my post correct. Thanks for checking it. This is what you call petulance. This is a childish behavior. It's called petulant. You are making zero sense. You are not putting an argument. You are saying something that has no value, but you're saying it anyway because you're upset. That is petulant. And the last one. Me, forward-facing metrics and bad faith views of them has made talking about hobby unenjoyable at times. That was not what you said. You said SteamDB has done irreversible harm to gaming discourse and gamers as a whole. You are basically saying transparent information of product performance is bad. That was your point. That was your point. You want to censor and hide information. Here, enjoy vitriol, assumptions, and death threats. I do not condone the death threats, but I can understand the vitriol. But, excuse me, This was what you say. SteamDB has done irreversible harm to gaming discourse and honestly gamers as a whole. So tell me, by your own implication, what is the way to reverse the harm and fix gaming discourse? Tell me. Tell me. Explain to me. I'm gonna make a post about this. Let's see if he left this post up. Let me see if he left this post up. Let me have a look. If he left this post up, I'm gonna make a live tweet. Okay? Lurkers, I'm a V-tweeter at heart. I'm sorry, Lurkers. I'm a V-tweeter at heart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Benmin fell off. Yes, correct. Benmin fell off. Or fell up, I don't know. Let me see. What is his quote? Benmin, why did I close the screen cap? Why did I close that stupid screen cap? Okay, let me bring it back up. Forward facing metrics. Wait, no. From Gofalion. Excellent! You used to wonder how the Great Roman Empire... Yes. Toxic positivity as well. And of course, foederati. That is another very inconvenient little piece of information a lot of people try to pretend it's not a thing. Foederati was a very dangerous thing. Hold on a minute while I make this post. Oh. What's with all the peems? What's with all the peems? Okay, this is a bit let's have a look. You're saying that people are wrong to assume you want to censor and hide information, but let's look at that people saw. SteamDB has done irreversible harm, so might I ask her, what would you have considered the fix for the harm? I'm not gonna worry about word limits, so I'm just gonna keep. Okay, this seems like a decent way to word this post. Let me check. Okay. Oh no, sorry. OP, let me ask you a question. You are saying that people are wrong to assume you want to censor and hide information. But let's look at that post you deleted that people saw. SteamDB has done irreversible harm. So might I ask then, what would you have considered? I'd say harm is done and there's no fix. Yep. So might I ask then, what would you have considered the fix or a step in the... Oh, yep. Or a step in the right direction to resolve the harm. Shutting down SteamDB, or perhaps restrict the transparency of the information presented to its users. If that's the case, what would you call that, OP? If that's the case, what would you call that, OP? Okay, that's good. Lakers, that's good. I'm going to post it. Lakers, is that good? I want to post this. I want a Titanfall game that has PvE only. No typos. Okay, I can post this. Done. Lurkers, I'm done with this. Let's get back. Let's get back to the presentation. There's still only a few slides left. We are almost at the home stretch. Damn it. Nope. We're almost at the home stretch. Almost. So we have the hypocrites. Okay, we have the hypocrites. This may be a bit petty of me, but it perfectly illustrates the hypocrisy, Lurkers. It might be a bit petty of me, but it did. Again, don't harass the person. This is for educational purposes only. Just like how I make posts about people, I only attack their arguments. I do not attack them personally. But what I'm going to say is, I'm going to show you a series of posts. Hold on. Mine is 2 posts. So we have this one. So this is a post from J Viper. This is a post from J Viper. Okay. So it was talking about Crimson Desert and talking about comparing Marathon with Crimson Desert and Slay the Spire. There's a lot of all these this guy, Jewel Team 6 aka Team, he's not happy. He's very, very not happy. Okay? He is very not happy. So we care about Steam reviews when it comes to Crimson Desert, but we don't care about Steam reviews for Marathon. Shut the F up, dude. You're so miserable. Also, you're wishing if you think is considered a good positive rate, not even 60%. Okay? This is gonna age poorly, but let's see. This is the post that I want to talk about. SteamDB is only accurate with Marathon's live player count, but not accurate on any other statistic. Got it, you effing clown? Okay, I want you to understand this. Because he's attacking SteamDB, okay? And I'm going to show you something else. So, remember he's attacking SteamDB. It's inaccurate. Only live players matter, but everything else is inaccurate, so shut up, okay? SteamDB is crap. So let's have a look at this one. Remember this above post? So on one hand, he's saying that SteamDB is unreliable and trash. On the other hand, he is using SteamDB. Lucas, make this make sense. Make this make sense, Lucas. On one hand, he's saying SteamDB, relying on SteamDB is trash. On the other hand, he's relying on SteamDB. And he calls it updated statistics. But wait a minute. I thought you said only live player counts is accurate and the rest is trash. But here you are, relying on updated statistics. So which is which? So which is it? And it's in the same thread. It's in the same thread. Look, it's in the same thread. It's not even a separate post. It's in the same thread. My goodness. What am I? How do people act like this and think that they are in the right? How? This is just the biggest illustration. There is one more that I recall, Pirate Nation. Was it Pirate Nation or was it? I don't know if it was Pirate Nation or it was Smash JT, but one of them, oh, it could be Smash JT. But Smash JT brought to attention another one. It was also again a Marathon fanboy, talking about how, oh, Marathon is the next big game, the SteamDB chart said so, blah 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 blah. I can't remember who if you all know the person who made that tweet, let me know, but it was a very funny tweet. Basically, it's before Marathon came out, oh, the SteamDB data is so good, haters gonna hate and all the things, and shut up bigots, shut up negative people, shut up trolls. The SteamDB's results are good, looking good for Marathon, and then when Marathon came out... Oh wait, sorry, it was Highguard, sorry. I got messed up. It was Highguard. Sorry, it was Highguard. Lucas, sorry, it was Highguard. It was Highguard. Yes, it was Highguard. Damn it. Let me see. Let me see if I can actually find the post now. Let me see. Let me close this for a moment. I think I want to look for it. If I can find it, I would definitely want to look for it. Let me close some posts first. Let me look. It was about Highguard. Let me see. I think it was Smash JT. I think it was Smash JT. Or was it Pirate Nation? I can't really remember. Let me have a look. I think it was Smash 18. Let me have a look. But basically, in case I can't find it, long story, this was what the post said, okay? High God is in it to win it. High God is slated for a big success. Haters cry harder and basically something like that. And then they started showing SteamDB statistics everywhere. And then when the game started struggling and people were talking about the game struggling and also using SteamDB statistics, he suddenly said, SteamDB is a harmful website. SteamDB is a harmful website that undermines gamer discourse or something like that. Stop sharing SteamDB statistics when he was the one who did it first. Yeah, that was extremely silly. Zero, you're always showering. Zero, you're always showering. Wait, what time is it now? Oh boy. Okay. So, to me, Zero is like, he's always in two states. Zero is always two states. Zero always has two states. First, I'm gonna hit the shower now and go have breakfast outside with mom, so be right back. Okay, enjoy your breakfast, I'm hungry. Damn it, I'm hungry. I am hungry, and when I'm hungry, I'm mad. But while I look for the stats, let's continue the because probably Zero is trying to have the post-apocalyptic feel of Division 2. Probably, George. I shower every other day myself, George. Not good enough. Not good enough, George. You have to shower every day at least twice. At least twice, George. Shower at least twice. Oh my goodness, this... Okay, you know what, let's continue. Okay, we're going to get back to toxic positivity, Lucas. Toxic positivity time, okay? We're talking about toxic positivity. We're back to it. We're back to it. So, we're going to give some examples. Okay, we're going to give some examples. I'm going to close some. I'm going to make some space. I'm going to have some examples. You know, the positivity peddling, the return to form. Dragon Age the Veil God, for example, a reinvigorating sequel for the series that leaves no doubt about its place in the RPG pantheon. 9 out of 10. Amazing! Dragon Age the Veil God refreshes and reinvigorates this storied series with enjoyable action combat, a fantastic cast of companions, and moving character writing. Oh dear. Okay. Remember, It's all positivity, guys. If you have nothing good to say at all, don't say it, as they always say, lurkers. If you have nothing good to say at all, don't say it, even though it's constructive, even though it helps you. If you listen to the advice, don't say it. And then we have Dustborn. Have some patience and this punk comic book caper will win you over with its weirdos. 7 out of 10. Dustborn brings ends to a comic book caper about an alternate reality America, and you get an emotional ride with a few exciting punk performances if you stick with it through a slow start. Okay? Toxic positivity. Positivity, lurkers. Positivity. No mean words. If you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all, as the games journalists would say, as they always say. Okay? Now I want you to keep this in mind. The same people who are talking about no mean words, no negative. If you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. RPG, where winds meet, an amusement park where every ride is run at half speed. And down, here we go. 6 out of 10. Where winds meet has a great understanding. There was mixed wuxia compelling genre, but its attempt to shove so many different things into one game only ensures now the elements reach their full potential. It does reach their full potential, by the way. Most of the features are pretty polished, but of course IGN's gonna IGN, and IGN's only gonna support the Western AAA devs or the Western government-funded devs. What happened about positivity? What happened about the positivity? Lurkers, where has the positivity gone? Where has all that positivity gone off to? Lurkers, where? Where have they gone off to? Where have they gone off to? Oh, but this is not the only one, by the way. Of course, the hot topic of the day, Crimson Desert. Extreme and visual open world swings wildly from incredibly cool and gobsmackingly infuriating. Crimson Desert. Ambitious open world adventure, and that ambition is what makes it both incredibly cool and gobsmackingly infuriating in almost equal measure. Okay. I wouldn't have given a toss about this review from IGN, but they gave Dustborn a 7 out of 10. They gave Dragon Age the Veilguard a 9 out of 10. So I am going to hold it against them. What? By the way, what happened to all that positivity? Where has all those positivity gone off to, Lurkers? Where? I can't see them no more. Suddenly they don't appear. Suddenly they don't appear. But you get the point. You Lurkers got the point. Let's keep moving. Oh my god, I can't believe I actually have so many. I can't believe I have so many slides. Lurkers, I cannot believe I have so many slides. But anyway, let's finish. Continue. Basically, sycophants mean nothing. Your clique of games journals mean F all. When you do not have a product that players want to play, that customers want to buy, no one gives a shit about your product. No one gives a crap about your product. That is the fact. All those glazing from quote-unquote content creators you bought off with bribes or special perks and sponsorships. All those games journalists you pay money to write write glowing reviews for your game, or you are personal friends with those games journeys, so you give them a glowing review. All that amounts to absolutely nothing. Because one gamer is going to try the game, and he's going to regret it, and he's going to spread it. He's going to tell people online, he's going to tell people everywhere, he's going to tell everyone he knows, and even people he doesn't know. Eventually, news spread and people realize the trash game is trash. And of course, you have other content creators who are not bought over by these AAA publishers and devs. So, they are allowed to be blunt. And when they are blunt, they are saying the game is trash. Funny how that works out, doesn't it? And it's ironic, correct, Savo? It's ironic too. If the chuds stop crapping on their games, they will not get any attention at all. Just like how the chuds forgot about Dustmon, just like how the chuds now forgot about Highguard. They just fade away. They really just fade away. And this 1348X Voto fading away. A bunch of people made fun of it and they just moved on. It was not worth their time, not worth their money, and not worth the energy to obsessively talk shit about them. Reality comes knocking. All that positivity means fuck all if you do not acknowledge the problem. Again, we're going back to this part. We're going back to this part, okay? Although there are clear benefits of learning optimism, there are also dangers. We want people to own up to the messes they make and be responsible for their actions. If the cost of failure is high, optimism is the wrong strategy. And lo and behold, it was the wrong strategy. Let's continue. That's not stopping them though. That's not gonna stop them though. Oh, no. It's not gonna stop them. It's not gonna stop them. Because, as we probably already realized, from books like The Secret, this one back up here, with books like The Secret, you do not have a problem if you just la, I can hear you, I can hear the problem, and pretend it doesn't exist. And with this, even when reality comes knocking, they don't care. They don't care. You can have massive consumer backlash and complaints. And you know what they'll say? Shut up. Just like Burnt Peanut say, shut up. I don't want your feedback. I don't want your constructive feedback. I do not want your proper critiques. I do not want a discussion about how our game can be better. Shut up. So this is where it goes into the story that I started at the start of the stream, the auteur mindset. The auteur mindset. Your creation, your business, your product is an extension of you as a person. This is the mindset. An attack on your creation, no matter how valid, is an attack on you personally. So instead of accepting and being better, you lash out in anger. You are in your right. Perhaps it's admirable if you are doing art or self-expression in a vacuum. Sure. However, it becomes a whole different story when you are selling something. You can have your politics in your art. You can have your politics in your smash poetry, poetry slam. You can have your politics in your poetry slam. You can have your personal desires and your personal wants and what you think is cool and what you personally enjoy in your little pet project that you're sharing amongst a bunch of friends. That is fine. But you, unfortunately, are a profit working for a profit-minded corporation. You make it or break it by the amount of money you make from your product. And the only way you can get money from your product, other than maybe a bunch of venture capitalists, but that is basically the equivalent of life support at that point. The only real proper way for you to get that money and be successful is if you appeal to your customers, give them something they love, give them something they enjoy, and they would do the favor back for you and pay you. But you didn't do that. You made something for yourself, not for the customers, for yourself. And when customers say, this is not what I want, you said, don't like it, don't buy it. And the customers went on and said, okay, we don't like it, we're not going to buy it. And Patrick Sutherland, in this case, left EA shamefully. Okay, let's go on to the next frame. What does this mean? Reality does not matter to them. When they see a lot of people criticizing their products, criticizing their games, or criticizing their restaurant, anything like that, it then becomes a repeatable pattern. Firstly, the most common, the gamers or the customers have a conspiracy against me. There is a dedicated hate mob against my product. The bigots just want to hate my creation. Just like Highgard, as the one of the devs said, I'm not saying the gamers are at fault, but the gamers are at fault because for our game not succeeding. I'm not saying our failure is purely the fault of gamer culture and that the game would have thrived without the negative discourse, but it absolutely played a role. In other words, I'm not blaming the gamers for our game failing, but I'm blaming the gamers for our game failing. It's the customer's fault. Oh, it's the customer's fault. Lucas, it's the customer's fault. It is the customer's fault that I failed, Lucas. It is the customer's fault that I failed, Lucas. You understand this? It's the customer's fault. They didn't give me money. I demanded money from them and they didn't give to me. It's their fault. It's their fault. How dare they not give me money? How dare they say they have standards? How dare they say they have preferences? How dare they? That's how it is. And you can never see it as intensely as, Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares. You look at most of these restaurants that Gordon goes to. What do they always say? It's the Yelpers. It is a coordinated attack against me by the Yelpers. Is always blaming Yelp. They're all for it, the food and the food. Oh dear. It's always Yelp. in the terms of the restaurants, is the evil Yelpers. Yelp is basically the gamers of the restaurant, of US restaurants. Lurkers. Yelp users are basically the evil gamers of the restaurant world. Those toxic Yelpers. Oh, that's so funny. It's so funny how things are so... Oh my goodness, my throat is getting dry. And my hunger is going up. So, we're at the last slide, finally. Summing it all up. 4 hours. 4 hours of lecturing. Holy crap. Most lectures take 3 hours maximum. But what is the takeaway from this lecture? The takeaway is positivity is still undeniably the mother of future success. It's the reason why things like morale is always fundamental. That's why I say, remember, we always talk about, let's say, ration reviews, military rations. When for soldiers, you always hear the word morale booster. You always hear the word morale booster. Morale. A high morale army is a well-functioning army. You always hear the word morale. Staff morale has to rise before we can perform and exceed our expectations. You always hear that. Already in businesses, you can see positivity, how important it is. But, of course, everything in moderation. Okay? On the flip side, when your positivity is so heavily manufactured and forced to its absolute extreme, to the point that you delude yourself that mistakes and obstacles do not exist, then you are setting yourself up for failure. It's kind of like those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. It's kind of like that. When you are refusing to understand and to recognize that there is a problem, you cannot get better. You cannot get better. And that's the key point. That's the key takeaway here. You go through an obstacle, you go through a challenge. You go through all of it. Do not be a doomer about it. Do not be demoralized. Do not go doom and gloom. Do not give up. Keep going and keep going. When you have a problem, think about, I am going to fix this, and I will think of how to fix this, instead of saying, I give up. When you overcome your challenges, you will feel so proud of yourself and so happy. But that does not, however, mean saying, I will always think positive thoughts and no problems will ever exist. I can do anything, but as long as I force positivity onto myself and others around me, I will be successful. That's not how it works. Long story short, I hope the Western AAA games industry crash. We have been receiving trash after trash after trash for so long. I'm so sick of it. Love has, why you always do it? Anyway, I'm gonna leave it at here. For any questions, I'm going to again find something to eat. I'm gonna find something to eat and grab some water. So while I'm away, if you have any questions, ask in the chat. related to this topic, or something that's somewhat related or anything else, but ideally related to this topic. I'll be back in a few minutes. Questions, lurkers? Are there any questions? Uria? Uria just because he said that. As always, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something will happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. For memberships, for subs, whatever. Anyway, Uria. $5 a month. Ah, that's funny. Any questions? No, love has. I do not do such things. I don't like. I just want. I do not like Discord servers. I do not like him. I'm glad I'm a part of the problem like Rena. Rena is not around, thank goodness. Oh my goodness. Rena is going to make me stressed out of my mind if she was here. Here's a lesson for all of you who want, if you are a VTuber or an aspiring VTuber, who are considering opening a Discord, think very hard about it. Firstly, make sure you have a proper security system to make sure that people don't just join willy-nilly, because that's a recipe for disaster. In fact, I would say you should keep your Discord server curated. You can't make it public. You can't make it so easily publicly accessible. I already have one, Shadow. I already have one. It's the permaban Steam group. I wonder if I can post links. Let me have a look. I am the admin. I should be able to post links. I haven't used it for a very long time though. So I suppose no one has questions about the topic of today's stream, right? Oh boy. Not like I have any energy to talk about it either. Let's see. I'm going to rest a little bit, let you all chat for a while, and I will respond. You know what? Let's watch the Lululemon video actually. Let's watch the Lululemon video. Let's take this opportunity to watch it. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me load it in first. Let me load it in first. Close this.
It's January 2026, and you've just spent over $100 on a pair of yoga pants that are basically see-through. You and a ton of other long-term customers feel betrayed. While the company's investors are feeling a sense of deja vu. Lululemon used to be the gold standard of the athletic world, but lately it feels like it's unraveling at its seams. Going from a cult-like community leader to a cluttered retailer facing a full-blown civil war between its founder and its board.
Oh, interesting, but either way, I hope, Lurkatron, it makes a bit more sense why I brought up the Maslow chart, okay? I hope so. If any more questions, let me know.
This is the story of how the giant of athletic apparel found itself exposed, and why its latest attempt to fix things might have just made things worse.
But granted, Lurker-chan, I probably do not have... Unless you want me to respond to you right now on stream, I might be a bit too tired after the stream ends. So if you have any actual questions about it, maybe tomorrow onwards.
Lululemon started out in a small studio in Vancouver, Canada in 1998. It was founded by Chip Wilson.
It's always the Canadians. Canadians are the one... Oh my goodness, it's always the Canadians. Oh my goodness, hold on. Why is it always the Canadians? Always. Let me find it. It's always the Canadians. Holy moly. Why? Why? I read somewhere that hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They delayed that legislative move. They wanted to prescribe made for depression. But why
Who
is it
built the
always
brand to
Canadians?
a very specific premise. He wanted to create high-quality athletic apparel that actually performed well during yoga sessions. By the time the first real store opened in November 2000, it wasn't just a place to buy clothes.
Yes. There are a fair few Lululemons everywhere. Not as many as, like, say, Uniqlo, but they are around.
It was a community hub that doubled as a yoga studio at night. This community-led model became the backbone of the company's early success. They didn't just sell leggings. They sold a lifestyle built around what they called the science of feel. This philosophy focuses on how a garment makes you feel while you're moving, emphasizing a technical and science-led construction of their fabric to make sure it doesn't distract you from your workout. For years, this focus on technical excellence allowed Lululemon to charge a premium that other brands couldn't touch. By 2007, the company was ready to go public, filing for its initial offering and expanding its reach across North America.
Public company. Every time. Every single time. Trouble in paradise always starts when the company goes public. It is the kiss of death. It is the deal with the devil. You get a bunch of cash up front, you get a bunch of cash, but you're dead. You are a dead person walking. You are a skin suit at that point. The moment your company goes public, you'll become a skin suit.
They were moving fast, opening stores in places like Australia and building a massive digital presence. By 2011, they were hitting net revenues of $711.7 million, a 57% increase from the previous year. The brand was untouchable, and they managed to establish $100 yoga pants as a cultural status symbol. Now, they wanted to grow more by doubling their men's business, doubling their digital revenue, and quadrupling their international sales within 5 years. To do that, they developed a simple and powerful strategy that they called the Power of Three. It focused on three main pillars.
Well, I saw Ryan Gosling make a video for Corona and Marine.
Product innovation, guest experience, and market expansion. For a while, it worked. Even as the market became more crowded, Lululemon's chief executive at the time insisted there was no need to discount their expensive pants because the demand was so high. They were operating at a level of prestige that made them seem immune to the typical retail cycles. By 2023, the numbers were still looking impressive, at least on the surface. The company reported a net revenue of $9.6 billion.
Ryan Gosling tells fans it's not their job to save theaters. Hollywood needs to make movies. Oh my goodness. Literally us. Like us. Ryan Gosling is literally us. Oh my goodness.
Dollars for the fiscal year, representing a 19% increase compared to 2022. They were opening new stores, particularly in international markets like China, and their gross profit margins remained high at more than 58%. But underneath those billion-dollar headlines, the cracks were starting to form. The technical innovation that had made them famous was beginning to take a back seat to aggressive mass-market expansion. They were becoming victims of their own growth targets. The first sign that something was off didn't come from a financial report, but from the product itself. When Lululemon pushed to maintain its massive growth, it started moving away from its core identity as a yoga brand. They launched footwear lines and expanded into menswear, trying to be everything to everyone. But as the product line grew, the focus seemed to blur. Analysts started to notice that the stores were becoming cluttered, losing the clean, premium feel that
public company moment. This is certified public company moment. It always happens. It always happens. The moment your precious company goes public, it's beginning of the end for your company's identity. Your core identity, your core charm completely dilutes itself. It's always because of going public. Always. So, no. As much as I love Hololive, I am still afraid of what going public is capable of doing to cover core.
that customers expected. Then came the dupe culture. On platforms like TikTok, younger consumers were spreading the word about places that sold cheaper alternatives to Lululemon's high-priced items. These dupes were
good. I mean, let's be fair here. After what we've learned about Lululemon having all kinds of chemicals in their products, the dupes probably are even healthier, honestly. The dupes are probably have less chemicals than the real Lululemon. Honestly, let's be blunt here. Good
Were seen
competition.
as just as cool as the original, but at a fraction of the price. This social media trend was a structural threat to Lululemon. The company even went as far as taking retailers like Costco to court, alleging they were selling knockoff activewear that infringed on Lululemon's designs. The brand that once didn't need to worry about competition was suddenly fighting a messy legal battle over store brand leggings. What
Good luck. Good luck with that. Costco is as big. Costco is also a behemoth. I don't know how you're going to fight that, Lululemon. Costco is another giant. It's not like some small random mom and pop store that you can just bully around and take and intimidate. It's Costco. It's Costco. How the hell are you going to fight Costco and win quickly?
didn't help was when a quality control problem they thought they'd solved back in 2013, when they launched a range of leggings that were basically see-through, kicked off what became known as Pantsgate, came back to haunt them in July 2024. Lululemon launched a new line called the Breeze Through leggings, but the reception was a disaster. Customers complained that the fit was unflattering, with a particular seam that created an awkward look. The backlash was so swift and
Rough.
intense that the company was forced to pull the product from its website and stores almost immediately. It was an embarrassing admission that they'd lost touch with what their core customers actually
What the
wanted.
hell is
By
this?
mid-2025, the
hell
external
is that?
pressures were mounting. Supply chain disruptions in Southeast Asia and the looming threat of new tariffs were starting to squeeze profit margins. Analysts at JP Morgan downgraded the stock, noting that it was likely to move sideways as growth in the women's business slowed down. The brand was losing market share in key regions like Miami, and experts warned that the core business was struggling against a wave of new competition in the athleisure space. The internal situation was just as chaotic. Chip Wilson, the founder who still held a significant stake in the company, became increasingly vocal
Significant
about his
stake.
dissatisfaction.
Dan, you should have never gone public then, Chip Wilson. You should have never gone public, but you did. Anyone could have told you going public is a disaster. You could have just had your prestigious yoga pants brand for generations. Under your own leadership, under your family's leadership. But no, you just had to get that quick buck. You just had to grab that quick buck and go public. You just had to do it. And now you're complaining about it. Oh, boo-hoo. Surprise Pikachu face. Oh my god. My now publicly traded company is not performing in the way that I want to, and it is deviating from my personal vision of the company. How could this happen? Fool.
He publicly stated that the brand was losing its soul.
Oh my goodness. No, duh. That's what happens when you go public. You fool. No, duh. What were you expecting? That the investors that you attract are going to say, oh, we love you, Chip. We love you, Chip. We'll make sure to be faithful to your vision. We'll make sure to be faithful to you. You expect them to do that? Soul Seller complains about soul missing. That is correct.
and that the current leadership was more focused on meeting short-term financial targets.
For pausing so much, Lucas, but this is like literally. This is literally that meme. Wait, what was that meme? Hold on, I'm looking for that meme. Hold on. This is literally that meme. Which one? What's the guy's name? Oh my, there's so many different. Why are these websites all so stupid? Please just let me view the website. Please just let me view the freaking website. Why does he have to be so convoluted? There we go, found it. Basically this meme. This is literally the meme. What the hell was he expecting? What the hell was Chip expecting? Seriously. What were they expecting? Seriously. What was he expecting?
Targets than maintaining the high standards that customers expected of the products. He blamed the board of directors for the company's stagnation, arguing that they didn't understand the scientific roots of the business. It was a public civil war that left the
Then don't go public, you idiot! Please! I don't want to hear you complain. If you are upset about this, don't go public. Good morning, darkness. Not many lurkers came here, honestly, but I hope more watch the VODs because we talked about a really serious topic today. I hope more lurkers will drop in to listen to the serious topic. But yeah, not many lurkers are here tonight, which is kind of sad, not gonna lie, but still, I am grateful that those who managed to
the
make
brand's
it.
future looking more uncertain than ever. Events in early 2025 confirmed the fears of many investors. The company issued a weak guidance that missed Wall Street estimates, causing the stock to slide. CEO Calvin McDonald admitted that the company needed to get back to innovating.
Look at the face of this CEO. Does this look like some guy who needs yoga pants? Does this look like a health fitness freak? Let's compare. This is Chip. This is Chip, okay? This is Chip. This is Chip. This is the founder. He looks like a gym bro. He looks like a yoga gym bro. Seriously? He looks like a yoga gym bro. Now, you have a clown like this. Does this look like the kind of guy who does exercise? Does this look like the kind of guy who buys sports clothes? Does this look like the guy who does yoga? Tell me, does it? You can't make this up. You really cannot make this up. You really cannot make this up. This is so stupid. You have a CEO that looks like this. He's like some random suit that came up from some random skyscraper office on level 42 or something like that. And you expect him to create products for health-conscious women and health-conscious men? Come on, be honest here.
Innovating and creating in its key categories, but for many, it felt like too little, too late. The casual offerings that were supposed to drive growth had grown stale, and the technical edge that once defined Lululemon was nowhere to be found. The situation reached a breaking point in December 2025. After months of mounting pressure and disappointing results, it was announced that Calvin McDonald would leave the company in January 2026. The leadership vacuum couldn't have come at a worse time.
Okay.
As the search for a new CEO began, activist investor Elliott Investment Management revealed it had taken a stake in the company. They were pushing for immediate board changes and had even found their own preferred candidate to run the company. The market briefly rallied on the news, hoping that professional
I better hope for their sake it is actually a gym lady at the very least, who actually uses Lululemon products and knows exactly what the market wants for Lululemon, that is running the business properly. I'm not holding my breath, but I hope.
Would finally force discipline on the company that it badly lacked. If you want to know more about other markets that could rally or fall due to actions like activist investors, read my newsletter. I go over distressed debt, leveraged finance, bankruptcies, and restructuring company research. So you can keep on top of what's happening. Click the link in the description. But the optimism was short-lived. Just as the company was trying to project a sense of stability, it walked right into a self-inflicted disaster. Chip Wilson had decided that enough was enough.
You should have thought about that. I'm going to keep annoying this Chip guy. You should have thought about that before you made the company public, you idiot!
He launched a formal proxy fight to remake the board of directors, nominating 3 new candidates of his own. Now, pressure was coming from 2 sides, Chip Wilson and Elliott Investment Management. This wasn't just a disagreement over strategy anymore. It was a 3-way fight for the company's future. Wilson's move was seen by some as a necessary, friendly intervention to save the brand's soul, while others saw it as a desperate attempt by a former leader to regain influence.
Well, if he didn't sell the company and make it go public, we wouldn't be having this talk now, would we? Chip will have his slow but steady growth of Lululemon as he imagined it to be, and we'll never have all these scandals, but he went public. We have a lot of evidence showing that going public is a very bad idea, but he still went anyway.
The stock market reacted with extreme volatility. Options traders were betting heavily on more bad news, with some analysts suggesting that put options, which give you the right to sell your shares at a predetermined price, were the best way to play the stock given the uncertainty. Even though the holiday sales showed some signs of a rebound in early January 2026, more bad news was about to hit the market. In the middle of January 2026, Lululemon launched its highly anticipated Get Low collection, which featured a new engineered knit and seamless technology that was designed to provide a sculpted, weightless feel for high-intensity training. It was supposed to get Lululemon back to its fundamentals and recapture the yoga market. But within days of the debut, the collection was pulled from online sales in North America. The reason was a nightmare for any premium apparel brand. The leggings were too sheer, for the third time in its history. Customers reported that the pants became see-through during basic yoga movements. The same problem that had famously plagued the brand back in 2013 and that resurfaced again with similar quality problems in 2024. This wasn't more than just a product failure. It suggested that despite all the talk of returning to technical innovation, the company's quality control was still completely broken. The founder, Chip Wilson, wasted no time in slamming the board again.
A new low for the get low. Every time I see Chip Wilson now, I'm like, he is like the textbook. He is the textbook, to me, the textbook face of Surprise Pikachu. He is the textbook face of Surprise Pikachu. A new low for Get Low. Get Low is a new low for Lululemon.
Calling the see-through leggings fiasco a new low, and the direct result of leadership's incompetence. He argued that the board was so disconnected from the product that they didn't even notice the fabric didn't meet their own basic standards.
I'm gonna go, Lucas, I'm gonna go insane at the number of times I'm going to say, how the hell did you not see this coming?
The Get Low pants eventually reappeared on the website with warnings about their sheerness and advice on what you could wear underneath, but the damage was done. Customers were being told to wear skin-toned underwear if they wanted to use the expensive leggings, a suggestion that felt like an insult to those paying premium prices for high-quality gear. It made the brand look even more like it had lost its edge, and was now trying to manage a crisis instead of innovating its way out of one. The sheer leggings fiasco and the looming proxy fight overshadowed any positive retail news. As of the making of this video, Lululemon shares are down just about 52% in 1 year, with their future in the hands of factors like the outcome of the search for a new CEO and how well they handle the Pantsgate 2.0. Some analysts are saying they're about right, others that they're slightly undervalued. However they move, it'll take a lot of stretching for the yoga giant to get back in shape. The fundamental flaw that started this entire downward spiral was an identity crisis. Lululemon tried to grow from a specialized technical innovator into a mass-market retail giant, and lost the very thing that made it special and valuable. It sacrificed quality control for volume and technical integrity for market expansion. By the time they realized they needed to go back to their roots, the culture of the company had shifted. The stores were cluttered.
No wonder you have toxic positivity as a company culture. Because if even one employee dares to say things as they are, oh boy, the entire house of cards is going to crumble. No wonder they need toxic positivity. No wonder. It does not surprise me why they need it. It is a matter of life and death that they use toxic positivity. But it's probably going to kill them slowly
The
anyway.
products were failing basic wear tests, and the leadership was in total disarray. As the company enters the rest of 2026, it faces a daunting road. It has to find a new CEO who can satisfy both an
Unironically, Zeva, unironically, that's actually true. Stocks, you can have all of the profits in the world, you can have all of the revenue, all of the of the good intangible assets and all that nonsense, but at the end of the day, yes, stocks are an expression of vibes. The vibes of the people who invest in them. Yes, correct.
Activist hedge fund and a disgruntled founder. It has to fix a supply chain that is increasingly vulnerable to global trade tensions. And most importantly, it has to convince its customers that it still knows how to make a pair of pants that aren't see-through. The prestige that took decades to build has been badly damaged in a matter of months. But then, they have built that trust back up before, twice. Lululemon's story is a warning for any brand that tries to scale too fast without maintaining the standards that made them successful in the first place. When a company stops being about the science of feel and starts being about hitting quarterly numbers.
I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had to cough. Sorry. I was surprised by that ad. They hired Michelle Yeoh? Seriously? They hired Michelle
made
Yeoh?
them successful in the first place. When a company stops.
They hired Michelle Yeoh? Well, that good didn't really do much, did it?
Stops being about the science of feel and starts being about hitting quarterly numbers at any cost, the result is often a loss of both soul and market value. For now, the brand that taught the world about the power of high-quality technical athletic apparel is getting a very public lesson in what happens when you let those technical standards slip. The world is watching to see if they can finally pull themselves together, or if the Get Low fiasco was just the beginning of a much deeper fall.
I kind of wonder, actually, we watched this also, I hope it's a short one. I'm kind of wondering whether Crimson Desert can run while I'm streaming. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I'm kind of keen on trying out later. Let me... Oh my goodness. Dad, thank you for the membership trumpet, but holy crap, the alerts are not working. Hello, Jonna. The alerts are not working. But anyway, thank you for... The alerts are not working. What the hell? The alerts are not working. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. I'm sorry, Lucas. Thank you. But anyway, again, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifted. But I'm gonna fix this. This piece of crap. Honestly, piece of crap. Launch. You piece of trash. The whole thing doesn't work. I cannot believe this. Wait, try again. Oh my... Finally! Oh my goodness, that... Oh! That kind of worked. The alerts are working now, I think. Thank you for the 2 trumpet. I think the alerts are working now. But anyway, I hope you're having a good day today. Again, can someone do the unsub and resub thing test again? I want to see whether it works this time. Any lurker, just one lurker will do. I want to see if it works again. I hope it does. Let me just while I do that, let me go open that link that Nurker-chan has provided. I hope it's a short video. Oh, it filters resubs.
Wall Street, a place
Thank
where
you
the
for
dumbest...
another. Oh boy, oh. Wall Street investors. Oh no, Wall Street investors, everything. Oh. If there is no greater hive or den of villainy and scoundrels than Wall Street lurkers. Unironically, in my opinion.
And brightest minds rejoice. It's a place where a guy with a PhD in quantum physics and a guy who eats crayons can come together and are united by one sacred truth. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. And today, we are going to cover the 6 different types of investors on Wall Street.
Oh dear. The value investor.
It's only right to start with the Warren Buffett disciples. Or should I say the value investors. He's the type of guy that owns khakis in multiple shades of beige, drinks lukewarm coffee, and considers the intelligent investor light erotica. You could say he's the life of the party. He won't shut up about moats, intrinsic value, and compound growth. And he'll spend 400 hours analyzing a company's 10K. But if you ask him his year-to-date return, he'll tell you, I actually invest for the long term. Translation: he's been underperforming since the Bush administration. And ladies, if you're looking for a man that won't try any positions besides missionary, this is the guy for you. The value investor is the human equivalent of watching paint dry. His portfolio consists of 3 meme stocks, a Forex trading course, and a pending DUI. And every morning he starts with a cold plunge, a David Goggins podcast, and a period of time he likes to call meditation. But in reality, he's just thumping his chest, wishing he was on Wall Street in the 90s. In his room, he has a Hustle Harder poster, 3 empty Red Bull cans, and a suspicious white powder on his nightstand.
Oh my god, this reminds me of Sneeko or Andrew Tate. This is basically a Sneeko or Andrew Tate, basically. Or the one of the polls.
And he's the type of guy you hope you don't run into at a grocery store. Because if you ask him about his investing strategy, he'll tell you,
Bro, the best investment is in yourself.
He likes to call himself an entrepreneur.
Yes.
But his idea of diversified income streams include sports betting, crypto meme coins, and charging people $20 to get into his party. It's safe to say he's not trying to beat the market. He's just trying to beat his charges. This is the type of guy that looks at a stock chart the way conspiracy theorists look at grainy UFO footage. He's got 12 monitors, sees bull flags in his morning coffee, and speaks in a language...
Rewind. That is a
12 monitors, sees bull flags in his morning coffee, and speaks in a language only understood by the degenerate few. Every candlestick tells a story, he says. He doesn't care what a company does. Hell, he doesn't even know. Because fundamentals are for boomers that are stuck in the past. He doesn't do due diligence. He draws art. And he doesn't admire Warren Buffett. He admires Pablo Picasso. But you better not insult his charts because you know what they say. Never interrupt an artist at work.
Oh no! Hey, that reminds us of the auteur. Yeah, the auteur again. Auteur mindset.
This is the guy who turned $400 into $13,000, and then back into $0. He calls himself early, but he's really just unemployed with an unhealthy addiction to Discord. He lost his entire net worth in a rug pull for a meme coin called Fartcoin, but he likes to call it a learning experience. Now, he owns 12 NFTs of pixelated animals. He's in a van because he insists on being off-grid and swears that fiat currency is a scam, all while still using his mom's Venmo. He hasn't filed taxes since 2021, but that doesn't matter because the blockchain is borderless, and he likes to spend 8 hours a day in Twitter spaces arguing about the future of finance with 14-year-olds. But the truth is, He has no idea what the blockchain, Web3, or any of that stuff actually is. He just likes to use fancy words that no one understands.
Yes. Oh, the
He
Wall
loves
Street
options,
investor.
worships a guy named Roaring Kitty, and lives by a single investing philosophy. He drinks Monster, eats Hot Pockets, and hasn't seen daylight since GameStop peaked in 2021. He likes to call Warren Buffett a coward, believes a 40% pullback is just consolidation, and refers to trading losses as battle scars. And his Roth IRA, well, he's actually never heard of it. His long-term plan to build, quote, generational wealth includes going all in on weekly SPY calls and then blaming market manipulation for when they expire worthless. He doesn't do technical analysis.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this is funny. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to... Looks like we're not going to play Crimson Desert, but I want to show you something. This reminds me of this video. Hold on. Hold on. This reminds me of this. Hold on, load it. This part is market manipulation. This part is funny. I'm gonna show you all something. Hold on, I'm gonna show you all something. I'm gonna show you all something like this. He thinks this is reality.
Yes.
Bogdanov, he did it.
He bought.
He went all in.
Dump it.
No, he thinks. Okay, that is so stupid. Dump it. Yeah, so basically that's what he thinks.
He doesn't do technical analysis. He's never read an earnings report. He just feels things, and to him, that's more than enough. He doesn't blink. He lives in Excel. And he calls every asset class a bubble, even non-tradable ones. Because now he paces around his apartment all day in socks, mumbling about synthetic CDOs and the fall of Western finance. Ever since watching The Big Short, he hasn't known peace. It wasn't just a movie to him. It was a spiritual awakening. He's been wrong 137 times in a row. But his answer to that is always one day. One day the market will crash. One day the Fed will be exposed. One day you'll all see. He's short the market, short the economy, and short of hope. He doesn't just want money. He wants to watch the world burn so he can stand in the ashes and whisper, "I told you so." And until that day comes, he'll be at home surrounded by water jugs, canned beans, and Q1 earnings reports from 2012. So what have we learned today? Absolutely nothing. Whether you're reading Warren Buffett's annual letters like a scripture, or betting your rent money on a candlestick pattern called the inverted frog, it all boils down to one universal truth. Nobody knows what the hell is going on.
And for those who do know what the hell is going on, they sure as hell will not tell anyone. Or they don't dare to tell anyone. Because if they knew, probably they'll realize how rigged everything is. That's my opinion though. Don't take my word for it, because that's just my opinion, okay? That's just my opinion. Ban coin, the ban coin. Okay, we're done. Let me have a look. Anything else we want? Shit. Oh boy. Trying to look for that old thing. Oh. Should I try Crimson Desert? I don't know if I should try Crimson Desert. I'm not sure if I want to try Crimson Desert. Let me give it a try, actually. Let me just write something down first. Hold on. Okay. Let me have a look now. Manipulate vibes. I hate that so much. Vibes are meant to be organic, not manipulated. I hate that idea so much. But anyway, let me have a look. Let me try and run this. I want to see if it works properly enough or not. If it works properly enough, we can probably have relaxing streams doing a bit of Crimson Desert. But anyway, Lucas, oh yeah, damn. I should do a Q&A, shouldn't I? What do we want to do on Sunday? Hold on a minute, Lucas. Hold on a minute. Let me have a look on something. Where is the set maximum? Oh my god. Let's see. Oh my goodness, you cannot be serious. Okay, looks like I have a lot of things to tweet on this. That's not gonna work. Sorry, that's not gonna work. The stupid thing about Crimson Desert is that it does not have an FPS lock system. I don't know how that happens. Lucas, I do not know how that happened. But it does not have an FPS lock. It does not. I cannot believe it. I need to go through the NVIDIA control panel just to lock its FPS, and I am not interested. I'd rather not play Crimson Desert on stream. Lurkers, I'd rather not play Crimson Desert on stream. This is a pet game I'll play off stream. Or until they implement FPS limits. Because this is just stupid. Extremely stupid. The game was running at 130 FPS. That's why it's messing with my audio, Lurkers. That's why it was messing with my audio. 130 FPS. Can you imagine that? Okay. Now, with that out of the way, let me see what games we want to play. Do I want to reinstall Deadlock? Let me have a look. Deadlock? Deadlock? 33 gigs? I could reinstall Deadlock. Lurkers! You want to play Deadlock this Sunday? Lurkers, you want to play Deadlock this Sunday? That's what we could do on Sunday. Deadlock. So, for any of you who do not know what that game is, it is this game. If you want to join, install it ahead of Sunday. Okay, Lurkers? Install it ahead of Sunday. I think I'm going to stop the stream already. We are 5 hours in. That is a long... This was another long stream. Basically, to receive a key for Deadlock, most of the time it's just an expression of interest. There should be a button that there's like express interest, you want to try Deadlock, and usually Valve will just give you a key by email. It's that simple. But anyway, let me see. Let me see if there's anyone I can raid tonight. Today, or whatever time is... Oh my goodness, my brain is not functioning. No one is more... Ooh, Callie. We'll raid Callie, okay? We will raid Callie, Lurkers. Okay, we raid Callie. Let's hope I can raid Callie, actually. Let's hope they allow me to raid Callie. Hold on, let me have a look. Customization. Redirect. Callie. Done. Anyway, Lurkers. Again, I will make the post announcing the Sunday stream shortly, maybe either today or tomorrow. And hope to see you all on Sunday. It'll probably be my first weekend stream in quite a while. I'm trying to make this a frequent thing or a recurring thing. But I will talk to you all in further detail on Twitch. It will be on Twitch. It will be on Twitch this coming Sunday. And I do hope people will join. I really hope so too. But anyway, thank you, Lurkers. And I had a good time. It was a stressful time, I'm not gonna lie. But I hope you all had a good time. And I'll see you all soon. In a few days' time. Okay, Lurkers? See you in a few days' time. Good day or good night.